gentleman was a DGMO and I'm a colonel.
Okay.
All three of us will definitely tell you one thing for sure. We are not supposed to tell you everything.
Sure.
So the word may, M-A-Y, the loitering ammunition may have hit, firstly confirms two things. One, it did hit.
It did hit.
Now this is the Kirana Hill.
Okay.
Now in Kirana Hill, why will my ammunition, I can direct it anywhere else also.
Anywhere else, yeah.
When it gets struck there.
I may have directed somewhere else, but
may have. So above all, what happens is that everything in war is never said.
Never said.
You are allowed
That's
to
why I began, when I started this bulletin, I said that many a times in wars, majority of the information is withheld. It's not revealed.
Yes.
But this time it's important to reveal because of the misinformation of Pakistan.
No, in misinformation is what? I have not struck your facility.
Okay.
I have not.
I may have?
No, you are taking it. And why did you make a hue and cry when it is so far off? Why did you report it to IAEA? Okay. Why did that Borex aircraft come?
Okay.
That there is a radiation leak possibility? Why? Okay. That was your problem. As far as I am concerned, let me tell you, my official stand will still remain. Okay. We did not target
all right, sir.
the nuclear facility because we have a treaty. We are gentlemen enough to have a treaty with them that you have shared with us your nuclear, we have shared with you our. So we will not strike each other on the nuclear part of it. Right. Well, when it comes to war, this is not a declared list part. Well, why didn't you declare it?
You should have declared it.
You should have. That, okay, this is also one target, don't come near it. Okay. And above all, I can't explain it to my loitering ammunition there. कि भाई साहब थोड़ा बाएं चलना थोड़ा दाएं चलना. It is looking for a target. Okay. It is auto-fed. Yeah, so, well, as far as I'm very happy with that first part of it. 10 o'clock, the DGMO rang up. 3 o'clock, Trump said ceasefire. Whereas 5 o'clock, we said fire. So it exposes everybody on that one part. Second part, Kirana Hill did get hit. It did get hit. Now, what are the circumstances? What was the target? What was the aim? Well, everything cannot be said.
That should be classified. But thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot. You explained it really well, and there couldn't have been any better explanation on what exactly happened to Kirana Hills. But that was all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. But keep watching Republic TV for more information.
रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे रंगीन रे रंग बना रहे बोझ पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
ايش عملتي يا حبيبتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Imran Khan's closest aide speaks exclusively to Republic, reveals the inside story of what is happening inside Pakistan's Adiala jail.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher. And the International Monetary Fund is forecasting that Iran's economy could shrink by more than 5%. Imagine what means for an ordinary family. Every trip to the market costs more. Every saving loses value, and the national currency continues to slide. In Tehran, people are reportedly lining up to buy US dollars, desperately trying to protect whatever savings they have left. One 73-year-old Iranian summed up the public mood bluntly. There is no hope for a deal and a peace. And now comes the next blow. The Trump administration is preparing another sanctions package, including possible secondary sanctions against countries that continue doing business with Iran. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has argued that the pressure campaign has pushed the Iranian economy into unprecedented distress. And there is another major development. The United Arab Emirates, traditionally one of Iran's biggest trading partners and a major source of imports, has announced the suspension of trade with Iran. Now that could further squeeze Tehran's access to critical goods and commercial networks. So is this Trump's endgame? Strangle the economy, increase isolation, and force Iran back to the negotiating table? Perhaps. But Iran has one weapon that cannot be measured simply by looking at the value of the rial. Before this conflict, roughly 1/5 of world's traded oil passed through this narrow but strategically critical waterway, the Strait of Hormuz. Now attacks and threats against ships have brought traffic to a near standstill, and that changes the equation completely, because Iran may be under economic pressure, but if the Strait of Hormuz remains disrupted, the consequences are not limited to Tehran. Oil markets are affected, Global trade is affected and economies around the world feel the shock. Iran is now reportedly refusing to fully reopen the waterway unless it is allowed to charge ships. And reports suggest Iran and Oman are discussing a management of the strait. So while Washington attempts to choke Iran economically, Tehran is signaling that it still has the ability to create economic pain far beyond its own borders. This is no longer just a sanctions war. The rial may be collapsing, inflation may be crushing Iranian households, sanctions may be tightening, but Iran is
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and today the top focus story. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks exclusively to Republic. He has revealed the inside story of what is happening inside Pakistan's jail, that is Adiala jail, and what is happening to Imran Khan. We'll get you all the details of this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Munitions at Sargodha. And Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loiter ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha. And it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit one of those hills.
Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
In this escalation matrix which laid for ourselves was that the last strike or the winning note will be always delivered by us and not by the Pakistanis.
Former CDS General Anil Chauhan says last strike or winning note will only be delivered by India.
Pakistan's understanding of the situation was quite poor even in the maritime domain, and their daily briefings would tell where a carrier battle group was moving in the Arabian Sea. And when I checked back from the Western Naval Command as to where the carrier battle group was on those days, it was almost about 100 to 200 nautical miles off from that place.
Former CDS General Anil Chauhan says Pakistan's understanding of India's maritime movements, that is Navy movements, was poor during Operation Sindoor. Claims Pakistan's daily briefings gave incorrect positions.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered an attack on Sargodha. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS Anil Chauhan has categorically stated that unless Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks exclusively to Republic, reveals the inside story of what is happening inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Well, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we're getting right now. This is about the flash floods which hits Rasuwa and has damaged hydropower projects and markets. Now, this is a flash flood which has swept through the Timur and Sabrubesi areas of Rasuwa, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. We have the exclusive visuals, the horrifying visuals on your screen. You can imagine the kind of situation, the flooding. The Rasuwa District Administration Office said that it had received reports of a sudden surge in the Bhotekoshi River, which enters Nepal from Tibet. Now, the administration warned that the surge could raise water levels in the Trishuli and increase the risk of flooding downstream. It urged people fishing or working in the Trishuli to move away from the river immediately and asked those living along its banks, as well as hydropower projects and other infrastructure near the river, to take precautions and make necessary preparations. And also, Nepal PM Balain Shah's statement regarding the Rasuwa flood has also come, and he said that the Nepali Army, Armed Police Force and Nepal Police have been mobilized for rescue and relief operations. Additional manpower from other districts has also already moved towards the affected areas. The Disaster Management Authority is active. Coordination is underway with medical teams, scouts, the Red Cross and others, and necessary steps have begun. The process of sending additional ambulances and medical personnel to the affected areas is also underway. Look at these visuals. Look at these horrifying visuals, horrific visuals, scary visuals on your television screen. And these are the visuals of the devastation, as you can see, of the flooding. This is from Rasuwa in Nepal, First on Republic, exclusive visuals on your television screens. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are the flash floods which have hit Rasuwa, and even the hydropower projects have been damaged. So you can understand the kind of situation. Markets have been damaged due to a large flood entering the Bhotekoshi River in Rasuwa from the Tibetan side district along the Trishuli River basin, including Nuwakot, Dharding, Chitwan, Gorkha and surrounding areas, urged to remain highly vigilant and stay in safe locations until further notice. So this is an advisory which has been given by the Nepal police in these regards. Look at those visuals. Look at those visuals. You can understand the kind of devastation. Cars are flowing, trucks are flowing. It seems like in that river in Rasuwa in Nepal. Exclusive visuals of buildings collapsing, ladies and gentlemen. Shocking devastation caught on camera on your television screen. Exclusive, First on Republic. These visuals coming in from Nepal. Flash floods hitting Rasuwa. And this is the devastation caused by nature. The uncontrolled devastation, destruction by nature. And also, rescue operations are underway. And even you can understand the situation where the rescue helicopters had to turn back after the Timur helipad was swept away because of the flooding. This is the situation in Nepal, because the situation is very, very scary, very horrifying. Look at those visuals, and these are the visuals of flood.
Oh shit. Hello, I'm here. गाड़ी जोगो न सकेन
Much destruction, and you can understand the kind of debris which is also flowing that makes the flooding even more dangerous. You can't swim in these waters. So this is the mudslide, which is the heavy flow of mud and water along with pebbles, stones, big boulders, rocks that are flowing along that river, along that flooding. And these are the sudden rapid rise of water, carrying heavy debris, rocks, trees, trucks, buildings, and you can understand the situation where those buildings which are on the riverside, which are on the river banks, became the first targets, became the first victims of this sudden devastation. Shocking visuals coming in from Nepal floods on your television screen. Pictures coming in, visuals coming in from Nepal. And a massive flood in the Himalayan nation of Nepal has washed away villages while damaging roads, bridges, power projects in a region. This is bordering Tibet. Authorities have said this, and they've warned of the risk of casualties, so we'll have to wait for the number of people. We hope that no one dies, but the visuals are very scary. And it's being warned that many might have died because of this, and many casualties are feared. And the areas of the Syapru Besi and Timur in the mountainous district of Rasuwa. So this is a mountainous district, mountainous region, and it has a population of around 50,000 people, ladies and gentlemen, and a severely affected region right now. This is the Syapru Besi and Timur, and the helipad has also been swept away. So the rescue operations can't be done by using a helicopter in such a situation because they can't land.
जी क्या अभी आप भोटेकोशी नदी के आसपास का जो क्षेत्र है और इसके साथ साथ जो त्रिशूली नदी है कहा जा रहा है उसके आसपास भी अलर्ट जारी कर दिया गया है इस पूरे क्षेत्र के बारे में
All right, so we have a correspondent who will be joining us from Nepal in a short while, but look at these visuals, ladies and gentlemen, these horrifying visuals on your television screen. I would like to repeat that this is happening in the mountainous district of Rasua in Nepal. The population there is around 50,000. You can see trucks being swept away, buildings being damaged, buildings being swept away, and buildings being swept away by the mud sludge. And you can understand the situation right now, the mudslide and the heavy flow of mud and water and debris and stones and pebbles and boulders, as you can see on your screen. And there are warnings, there are many casualties that are feared, and we have reports of villages, infrastructure projects, sites being washed away. This has also been confirmed by the district administrator Narendra Pariyar to a news agency, and there's no immediate estimates of casualties or property losses that were available right now, but sadly there could be heavy casualties or loss of property. Loss of property is pretty much evident, but we can't say the number of people that might have died. We pray that there are no casualties or there are very few casualties in this case, but the pictures tell a different story. Very scary, very frightening. All right, let's go across to Surinder Puyal, who is joining us live from Nepal with all the latest updates. Surinder, what is the situation right now in Nepal? We are looking at the visuals and it's scary.
Yes, it is quite shocking and surprising. The flash flood looks like there has been a glacial lake outburst flood high up in Tibet. There were alerts issued across the border by Chinese authorities, according to some sources. But it was too fast. It just came too fast, and it just swept away an entire settlement near the border, Nepal-Tibet border. Also a route to Kailash pilgrimage. Also, key trade route between Nepal and China. Dozens of policemen have gone missing, are unaccounted for. Several bridges have been washed away by the floods. And also, at least half a dozen hydroelectricity projects in the area along the Bodekoshi or the Trishuli River Basin have been affected. So it's a quite bleak situation. It's a sort of like state of emergency now. The cabinet is meeting. Military helicopters have been mobilized to the area to carry out search and rescue operation and things like that. The situation is quite scary. Local people are saying they have never experienced and never ever seen such a catastrophic flood in their entire lifetime. So it is quite unexpected, quite shocking, and quite tragic as of now, as dozens remain missing and an entire village has been swept away, according to locals in Timure in Rasua.
Surinder, you're saying many are missing and entire villages have been swept away. Are we looking at the numbers in thousands, casualty-wise? We hope there are no casualties, but if you can put that into perspective.
It's too early to say, but according to media reports, according to reports from the local area, at least dozens of security personnel deployed along the border security posts have gone missing. They could be found alive, but they are unaccounted for as of now, because there is a crisis also of communication. The telephone network is not working, internet connection is not working, and things are completely in ruins in that area. So officials are still working hard to ascertain and take stock of the situation and assess the damage.
What exactly was the time when this happened? If you can put that, if you can share the details of that, because it happened all of a sudden. These were flash floods, and it's a mountainous region, and I guess people did not get the time to react or move to safety. So it's very scary.
Yes, actually, at 9:42 a.m., the government of Nepal issued a telephone message, emergency telephone SMS to everybody in the area in this province to stay alert, alerting about the sudden flood that occurred from Tibet and crossed over into Nepal. It just downstream from Tibet. The main affected area is the bordering district, Nepal-China bordering district of Rasua, also a gateway to Kailash pilgrimage. Several people, including some from India, and Nepal, who were on a pilgrimage, are also said to be missing. But it is too early to say and too early to ascertain, declare the number of casualties and the scale of damage. The officials are working hard to actually, just put things together.
Yeah, also I got to know that the helipad in Timur, it got swept away. And if we think about helicopter rescue operations, that also becomes difficult in such a scenario. How long do you think it will take for the rescue teams to reach that location? Because looking at the magnitude and the scale of what the destruction has happened, there will be a requirement of army to be called in to support the disaster relief teams to be called in there. And all of the support that is required at that time needs to be focused at Rasuva right now.
Yes, as we are talking, I can hear the sound of helicopter hovering over my head, just flying in that direction. Several helicopters, army helicopters and private helicopters have been kept standby, and they have been flown to the side, some of them, and they are trying their best to rescue, search and rescue people and help people in need who need helicopter airlifting and things like that. So the helicopters are quite busy. So we still don't know the scale of damage. But one thing is for sure, dozens of people have gone missing, including security personnel, mostly security personnel, and people living along the river banks, in the villages and towns along the river banks, and also hydropower, people working at hydroelectricity sites, and some vehicles, plying along the highway leading to Rasua, Timure. So all they all lie along the river basin. So that area has been badly affected. And nearly, to update you, just nearly 100 kilometers downstream, a breeze has been swept away. The flood swept away, washed away a breeze connecting a key highway with Dhading district. So it is quite catastrophic, and it is never seen before kind of flooding that Nepal has suddenly suffered, and looks like it is a result of glacial lake outburst flood high up in the Himalaya, high up in Tibet, but that is still yet to be confirmed by scientists and authorities in China.
Yeah, Surendra, you're giving us the live updates, and also you highlighted what is happening in Dhading. A pull has been swept away, but a high alert has been issued for all the places downstream, which is Muglin, Nuwakot, Dhading, Gorkha, and Chitwan. What is the kind of situation? Are there any preparations which were done, or was there time available at their disposal to react to the situation?
As the SMS alert arrived at 9:42, officials naturally were alert, but there must have been people, living along the river banks who must have been caught off guard. So it is Dhading Bridge is almost 100 kilometers from Nepal-China border, which was badly hit by the flood at the Timure border point. But the downstream districts, Chitwan and Gorkha and other districts, we are hoping that the damage is far less compared to what happened in northern Rasua district, close to the border, close to where the flood originated.
Yeah, also, if you can put that into perspective, the area that this destruction has covered, looking at the magnitude of this and the level of destruction, because you're telling me a bridge has been swept away 100 kilometers far from the area where the flooding happened, the flash floods happened. And if you can describe the area and the devastation, the area that has been impacted. Surendra.
Mainly, it's like 150 kilometers north of Kathmandu. That's the border town of Timure, across which lie Tibet of China, and somewhere high up in Tibet, it is feared that a glacial lake outburst flood started, and it was so sudden that people had no time to react, to move to higher grounds, safer places, and as a result, as you can see in the pictures, visuals, there was no time to just run to higher ground and remain safe. And there must have been naturally buildings have been destroyed, washed away, bridges have been swept away. At least 6 hydroelectricity projects have been destroyed and affected, and you can imagine the number of people working in those sites. So it is too early to say how many have gone missing, but as of now, preliminary reports are indicating that the numbers are in dozens, and the actual scale of the damage and devastation will be known at least at the end of the day or by 24 hours.
Surinder, because we are looking at the visuals also, and you can clearly understand, you can see that the trucks have been swept away, buildings have been destructed in this case, many were caught off guard. But coming back to the places where the destructions have happened, it is Rasuwa Gari, Timur, which is 3 kilometers north of Timur, Rasuwa, where the destruction has happened. And most of the destruction, is it concentrated around Timur, Rasuwa and Syabru Besi?
Yes, you got it right. Exactly. That's exactly right. According to preliminary reports, the area north of what we call Betrawati, the Rasuwa district border, Rasuwa and Nuwakot district border, has been badly affected, terribly affected, because the river flows from a deep gorge there, and it's quite narrow also. It never gets a chance to, spread out. And the flooding, the flooding naturally badly affected, of course, is Timure village, right at the border near Rasuwa Gari, Tibet. And after that, Syabru Besi, I was trying to get in touch with somebody I know there. The telephone line was not working. Syabru Besi is another major town in Rasuwa. And downstream of that, there are several hydroelectric sites. And downstream of that is Betrawati. So the entire area north of Betrawati has been, badly affected, badly damaged. And even nearly 50 kilometers from Betrawati, I imagine, a breeze in Dhading was washed away. So the scale of devastation is quite difficult to fathom and just imagine. It's just unimaginable, and it is simply never seen before in recent history.
Surinder, we can completely understand the kind of situation Nepal is right now, and we pray that there are not much casualties and the rescue operations go along well, and we hope that people are rescued in this situation. But very sorry state right now, very scary visuals coming in from Nepal. Thanks a lot, Surinder, for sharing all the updated information. All of you, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you all the latest details of the flash floods in Nepal, where villages have been swept away. Many hydroelectric power plants, projects have also been swept away. The bridges even have been swept away.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ايش عملتي يا حبيبتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
All right, viewers, coming up after a short commercial break, big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher. And the International Monetary Fund is forecasting that Iran's economy could shrink by more than 5%. Imagine what means for an ordinary family. Every trip to the market costs more. Every saving loses value, and the national currency continues to slide. In Tehran, people are reportedly lining up to buy US dollars, desperately trying to protect whatever savings they have left. One 73-year-old Iranian summed up the public mood bluntly. There is no hope for a deal and a peace. And now comes the next blow. The Trump administration is preparing another sanctions package, including possible secondary sanctions.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We're live and we're breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you, from the big revelations, from Operation Sindoor to flash floods in Nepal. We'll get to all the breaking updates, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Flash floods sweep through Nepal's Rasuva, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. Government fire truck is being used to wash BJP MLA Ram Nivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence raises serious questions about misuse of government resources.
A lot of loiter ammunitions at Sargodha. And Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loiter ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha. And it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks exclusively to Republic, reveals the inside story of what is happening inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Hello viewers, we're getting you the top updates coming in. Let's go to Nepal. Like we told you a short while back, the flash floods have hit Nepal and has caused significant damage, especially the hydropower projects. A flash flood has swept through multiple areas of Rasuva, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. The Rasuva District Administration Office said it has received reports of a sudden surge in the rivers there, which enter Nepal from Tibet. The administration warned that the surge could raise water levels in the Trishuli River and increase the risk of flooding downstream. It urged people fishing or working in the Trishuli to move away from the river immediately and asked those living along its banks, as well as the hydropower projects and other infrastructure near the river, to take precautions and make all the important preparations. The Nepal Prime Minister has also spoken out and given a statement regarding the floods, and he says that the Nepali Army, Armed Police Force and Nepal Police have been mobilized for rescue and relief operations. Additional manpower from other districts have also already moved towards the affected areas. A disaster management authority is active. Coordination is underway with medical teams, scouts, Red Cross and others have started taking the right steps to control the situation. The process of sending additional ambulances and medical personnel to the affected areas is also underway. Related CDOs have been directed to immediately evacuate residents of lower riverside areas to safe locations. Alerts have been issued through SMS and calls advising people to move to safe places. All helicopters have been sent towards the affected areas for possible rescue relief operations. All right, let's go to Nimesh Jha, journalist, joining us live from Kathmandu. Nimesh, thank you for helping our viewers understand what is happening on the ground. On those pictures we are seeing on our screen, they look extremely frightening. You can see the flash floods are looking very, very dangerous. What is the present situation as we speak?
देखिए, अभी इस अफेक्टेड एरिया के आप जो चर्चा किए हैं, नाम लिए हैं ना, वहाँ का स्थिति बहुत भयावह है। और आज सवेरे 9 बजे के आसपास चीन तिब्बत से बहकर जो एक नदी आती है, जो नेपाल में रसुआ जिला में प्रवेश करती है, जिसको नेपाल में भोटेकोशी कहा जाता है, उसमें अचानक बाढ़ से आ गई। और बाढ़ इतना भयंकर था कि सिर्फ रसुआ जिला, एक ही जिला नहीं, उसके आसपास के जो और जो जगह हैं, जिला हैं, बस्ती हैं, उस सबको प्रभावित कर चुका है। और अभी कोई डिटेल जानकारी नहीं आया हुआ है जो इसका कैजुअलिटी में कितना असर हुआ है, कितना डैमेज हुआ है, कितना डेथ हुआ है और क्षति कितना हुआ है, अभी कुछ कहा नहीं जाता कर रहा है। और नेपाल आर्मी जो है इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा इनिशिएटिव लेकर उनका हेलीकॉप्टर रेस्क्यू और सर्च के लिए डिप्लॉय हो चुका है अपने इफेक्टेड एरिया में। अभी तक की जानकारी यही है। और प्राइम मिनिस्टर बालिन शाह की तरफ से भी इंस्ट्रक्शन जा चुका है। इमरजेंसी में बैठक अभी हुआ था कुछ देर पहले, उसमें भी जो रेस्क्यू है और सर्च है उसको पूरा तदारुकता के साथ जारी रखने के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर का इंस्ट्रक्शन है। अभी तक की फिलहाल इतना जानकारी है।
यस निमेश, वो जो विजुअल्स हमारे व्यूअर्स देख रहे हैं, वहां पे दिख रहा है कि जो फ्लड बिल्डिंग्स को पूरे तरीके डिस्ट्रॉय कर रही है. We have seen floods have caused destruction. Vehicles, commercial goods, other properties are being carried away by the water. Nimesh, abhi of course the search and rescue operation भी launch होंगे to make sure the people are safe. What about the people? कोई warning था इस flood के बारे में? Was there any kind of warning given before the flash floods hit, or were people asked to evacuate before?
हमने नेपाल आर्मी के स्पोक्स पर्सन से बात किए थे, तो उन्होंने क्या कहा था कि जो अभी जो अफेक्टेड एरिया के जो पीपुल हैं वो रेस्क्यू के लिए अपील कर रहे हैं, आग्रह कर रहे हैं, आओ हम लोगों को बचा लो. हेलीकॉप्टर से अभी तक हमारे जानकारी में आया हुआ है कि 12 आदमी को हेलीकॉप्टर से रेस्क्यू किया जा चुका है, और कितने लोग कहां पर फंसे हैं अभी तक कोई जानकारी अभी नहीं आया हुआ है. और नेपाल आर्मी के प्रवक्ता के अनुसार जो अभी 12 हेलीकॉप्टर अभी डिप्लॉय हो चुका है, और प्राइवेट सेक्टर का जो हेलीकॉप्टर है वो भी स्टैंड बाई रखा हुआ है. और इसी तरह से जहां से जैसे इंफॉर्मेशन आ रहा है वहां पर जाकर रेस्क्यू का काम नेपाल आर्मी, नेपाल पुलिस भी कर रहे हैं. एपीएफ है, आर्मी पुलिस फोर्स, वो भी रेस्क्यू के काम जारी रखे हुए हैं. और एक जानकारी क्या आया हुआ है कि कुछ देर पहले कि नेपाल पुलिस के 12 जो जवान थे वो भी लापता हो चुके हैं बाढ़ में, लेकिन कहाँ के थे और उन लोगों कैसे उसमें बाढ़ में फंसे गए हुए हैं वो लोग अभी इस विषय में अभी कोई जानकारी आई नहीं हुई है.
All right, thank you, Nimesh, for getting us what is happening from Nepal. We can see, viewers, that the flash floods are extremely dangerous there, and then Nepalese Prime Minister has called a key meeting to make sure that all the contingency measures are in place. I have to move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Let's go to the next set of breaking news coming in. We will put an undated video for you. This video shows FCI employee Iram Sabah making critical remarks about India and questioning the Indian government has surfaced online. So this is an undated video. In this, you will see a government employee from Kashmir questioning Indian government. In the video, Iram Sabah, a central government employee from FCI, seen abusing India in the video. Iram Sabah in the video says, we'll take the job and salary, but we'll question Indian government, Indian job and salary paid by taxpayers, but she abuses India. Okay, so this is for see, viewers. Video emerges of government employee attacking India, and this is, of course, kicked up a big storm. So what you will see is that this government employee from Kashmir is questioning the Indian government and has said certain things in that video which are very objectionable. For that, Gursimran will get us more details. Gursimran, my colleague Gursimran has been getting the top updates coming in. Gursimran, what happened in that video? And in that video, this government employee from Kashmir was seen abusing, making some abusive comments and attacking India.
Yes, this is a 38-second video that has surfaced in which the government employee, the central government employee from the Food Corporation of India, it's Iram Sabah, she is from the South Kashmir, that is what we are picking up. And in this video, she can be seen stating that the India's occupation in Kashmir is unjust. So she is trying to prove that India is an occupation force in the Kashmir. And also she said that there is nothing wrong in getting the government jobs till you are getting your demands met, and also if it is for the resistance movement. So what the terrorism is in Kashmir, she's calling it a resistance movement. That is what has surfaced. And after this video, we accessed this video, we spoke to the General Manager of the Food Corporation of India, I.K. Chaudhary, who has said that the department is initiating an inquiry against her and an immediate show cause notice is being issued. This incident comes day after the book row that has erupted, wherein we saw the content that was promoting separatism and the ideology of Pakistan in Jammu and Kashmir. That has erupted a major controversy, and now a central government employee with such remarks, her video has surfaced, a 38-second video, right, after which the department has also...
Okay, thank you for getting us those details. I'll be coming back to you for more on this story. We're getting some more updates coming in, viewers. The biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. The PTI chairman, Barrister Gohar Khan, in his first ever interview to international media, is getting us an exclusive statement. Imran Khan has been lodged in Adiala jail for over 2 years now, facing more than 150 cases. His party has alleged a political witch hunt, a complete denial of justice, with repeated claims about his worsening health and solitary confinement. What is Imran Khan's real health condition? What is the PTI's next big strategy? Hear it straight from the man closest to Imran Khan, Barrister Gohar Khan. Let's listen in.
सर ये बताइएगा कि जो हुकूमत के खिलाफ पीटीआई की तरफ से दायर करदा जो तौहीन अदालत है उसका क्या स्टेटस है सर इस वक्त?
देखो, हमने एक पिटीशन फाइल कर दी थी सैटरडे वाले दिन और हम अदालत से यही दरख्वास्त कर रहे हैं कि 18 तारीख को जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया था और उसमें खान साहब को शिफा इंटरनेशनल हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट होना था, उसमें एक बोर्ड बनना था मेडिकल जिसमें खान साहब की बहन और खान साहब के ज़ाती मुआलिज शामिल होना था। वो चूँकि लेटर इन स्पिरिट में इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ, उस हॉस्पिटल में नहीं ले जाया गया और वो टेस्ट नहीं हुए जिसका सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया, लिहाजा हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से इस्तदा की है कि इस आर्डर को इम्प्लीमेंट करो। उस आर्डर की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन अभी बाकी है, लेकिन जो एप्लीकेशन हमने फ़ाइल की है उसमें पहले ऑब्जेक्शन लगा हुआ था, ऑब्जेक्शन के बाद हमने उसको रीफाइल कर दिया और अब उसको नंबर अलॉट हुआ है। हमें उम्मीद है इंशाल्लाह ताला कि जुमेरात को या जितनी भी जल्द हो सके सुप्रीम कोर्ट इंशाल्लाह उसकी समाअत करे।
मतलब आप क्या समझते हैं कब तक, अगले हफ्ते तक ये जा सकती है?
देखो, हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट की है, उस पर एक नोट ज़रूर पुटअप हुआ होगा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि जितनी जल्द समाअत हो सकती हो हम करेंगे और बेंच की अवेलेबिलिटी भी देखेंगे और बेंच की अवेलेबिलिटी को देख करके इंशाल्लाह वो जल्द फैसला करेंगे।
सर ये बताइएगा, आज आपने जो तौहीन अदालत डाली थी उसके ऊपर एतराज़ात लगे, फिर वो तौहीन अदालत दोबारा आप लोगों ने फाइल कर दी और उसको डायरी नंबर भी अलॉट कर दिया गया है। अब कल जो है वो परसों पीटीआई ने कहा है जुमेरात वाले दिन फिर ILF के वकला जाएंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के बाहर, फिर कोई धरना होगा या वो जो आप लोग अलामती प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं वो होगा?
नहीं, देखो, धरना भी नहीं, अलामती प्रोटेस्ट भी नहीं। हमने ये कहा था कि इसको नंबर अलॉट करके इस पे नोट पुटअप कर दिए, नंबर अलॉट हो गया, नोट पुटअप हुआ होगा। अभी चीफ जस्टिस साहब को रूटीन में यही होता है कि दफ्तर नंबर अलॉट करता है, रजिस्ट्रार साहब एक नोट पुट करता है, चीफ जस्टिस को बताता है कि इसमें अर्जेंसी क्या है। हमने कहा है कि ये हेल्थ रिलेटेड मैटर है और इसके हेल्थ को शदीद ख़तरात लाहिक है और डॉक्टर का होना, डॉक्टर का टेस्ट इंटरव्यू वगैरह होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है। लिहाजा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि हम उसकी हेयरिंग करेंगे। अगर थर्सडे को बेंच अवेलेबल हुआ, जो हमने रिक्वेस्ट की है, क्योंकि जज साहिबान पाकिस्तान में मौजूद है और अगर वो पाकिस्तान में है तो जूम से भी हेयरिंग हो सकती है, एक मीटिंग कॉल की जा सकती है। लिहाजा थर्सडे को मीटिंग हो जाएगी, नहीं है तो शायद जुमे को हो जाए।
सर ये बताइएगा, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान का फैसला था उसके ऊपर हुकूमत ने मनो अमल क्यों नहीं किया, क्या वजूहात उन्होंने पेश की हैं?
देखो, हमें तो कुछ नहीं बताया गया कि क्या वजूहात है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आर्डर पे मन ऑन लेटर इन स्पिरिट अमल होना चाहिए था, हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट होना चाहिए था। वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में कोई अभाम नहीं था। अगर अभाम होता तो रिव्यू फाइल की जा सकती थी, उसमें कोई अभाम नहीं था। मैटर बड़ा सिंपल था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने लिखा था, हुकूमत ने रिव्यू फाइल भी किया, फिर वापस ले लिया, फिर उसको ऑर्डर इम्प्लीमेंट करने की तरफ बढ़े भी, लेकिन ऑल ऑफ अ सडन मिडवे जो है वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो सका, जो बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट।
सर इस वक्त जो है पाकिस्तान तहरीक इंसाफ की जो लॉयर्स की टीम है उसके ऊपर पूरे पाकिस्तान की नज़रें, आने वाले दिनों में आप क्या समझते हैं, जो आपके चाहने वाले हैं या जो पाकिस्तान में इमरान खान साहब के चाहने वाले हैं, उनको क्या तवक्को करनी चाहिए कि खान साहब जो है दोबारा शिफा इंटरनेशनल जाएंगे?
देखिए, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कानून के मुताबिक, इनके मुताबिक हम जा रहे हैं, हर फोरम में गए हैं। हम 25 मरतबा सुप्रीम हाई कोर्ट चले गए और अभी आज के जिस वक्त में गया मैंने बोला भी है तो 19 मरतबा हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए और एवरी टाइम जब हम जाते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट को तो हम उनको ये कह रहे हैं कि आइन कानून के मुताबिक ये हमारा राइट है, SOP के मुताबिक हमारा राइट है। हम कोई गुरेला फोर्स तो नहीं है कि बाहर निकल के आए, आओ जी खान साहब को उठाएं और हॉस्पिटल चले जाएं, बल्कि हम कहते हैं नहीं, अदालत ऑर्डर करे और अदालत का जो प्रोसीजर है वो ड्यू प्रोसेस ऑफ लॉ फॉलो हो और इस तरीके से हम आगे बढ़े। तो वकला से जो लोगों की तवक्कुआत है बजा है और वकला अपना काम कर रहे हैं, एप्लीकेशनें फाइल कर की हुई हैं। अब ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे मुनसर है और मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से इस्तदा करूंगा कि ये आपकी ऑर्डर की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बड़ा ज़रूरी है, आज़ाद अदलिया का होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है, लेकिन जो भी अदलिया इस वक्त मौजूद है अपना ऑर्डर इम्प्लीमेंट करना सुप्रीम कोर्ट की आईनी जिम्मेदारी है। मुझे उम्मीद है सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करवाएगी इंशाल्लाह।
ये आप समझते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो है वो जो उन्होंने ऑर्डर दिया था और आपको उसके ऊपर कोई एतराज तो नहीं है, या आपको कोई अभी कोई सवाल हो या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के हवाले से जजेस?
नहीं, हम ये कहते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो आपने ऑर्डर किया उस ऑर्डर को इम्प्लीमेंट करा। ऑर्डर सिंपल है, खान साहब को हॉस्पिटल ले जाए, उसके टेस्ट और इलाज के लिए फलाना हॉस्पिटल ले जाए, एक बोर्ड बने, उसमें डॉक्टर हो, डॉक्टर तजवीज़ करे इलाज और डॉक्टरों के मुताबिक आगे बढ़े। That's all.
बहुत शुक्रिया।
Viewers, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. And viewers, top updates coming in. A government fire brigade service was used by a BJP MLA to wash his private car in Singrauli district of Madhya Pradesh. The MP identified as Ramana Shah had used the fire brigade officials to wash his Innova car with a hose. The video has gone viral on social media. A dog snatched a jewellery bag from a woman at a district hospital in Madhya Pradesh. The woman, who had been staying at the hospital for her son's treatment, had brought the jewellery bag with her. The bag contained jewellery worth ₹4 lakh. The police later traced the dog with the help of CCTV footage and recovered the bag along with the jewellery. 5 friends rescued the occupants of a car that plunged into a 10-foot deep ditch in Lakhimpur. The car fell into the ditch while trying to save a motorcyclist. And viewers, let's move ahead. Canada-US trade tensions have sharply escalated after Washington imposed 50% tariffs on about $27.6 billion of Canadian goods following the collapse of trade talks. In fact, Canada has responded with 15 to 50% retaliatory tariffs on roughly $27.6 billion of US products, effective September 8th. Take a look at this report as we tell you all about the US-Canada trade wars.
And I have a lot of real estate on, so he has a lot of room because. So.
United States President Donald Trump has imposed new 50% tariffs on several Canadian goods after the trade deal between Canada and the United States failed. Right after the president imposed tariffs on Canada, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney imposed counter tariffs on the United States. He was backed strongly by Ford, whose province is on the front line of Trump's tariffs, as Canada's auto and steel manufacturing heartland.
And I have a lot of real estate on, so he has a lot of room because. So under a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump, as I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs. Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, food's more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber. So I'm not going to take lessons off President Trump. He's the last guy that I would take any lessons off. And it's about Team Canada. Well, we'll see how this goes, but he wants to put pain on Canadians. We'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking. You know, I'm just not going to take the bait. This guy's a loser. He's going to be a loser. And simple as that. We're going to fight with everything we have. And you know something? I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body. So there you go.
This is the most successful automotive partnership in history. It's existed for all my life for 60 years. And the president is doing...
Look,
when the Americans go to the negotiation table first with the right attitude towards our industries and a true partnership, of course we'll come to the negotiating table. Let's be clear. There is an existing arrangement between our countries and Mexico that works. It can be improved. There's ways to improve it, and we will work to improve it in ways that are to the benefit of Canadians, but also to the benefit of Americans and the people of Mexico. But an attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States, that Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept.
Donald Trump's new 50% tariffs have started impacting business in Canada, including higher production costs and increased prices for raw materials.
There was another client that was building a medical facility that we were building the receptionist desk for, but they're putting off their build out because they need drywall, they need sheet goods, they need 2x4s, and we needed materials to build the cabinetry and desk in there. And with a 50% tariff, all those costs have skyrocketed, and just that one project just cost our family thousands of dollars in profit, and which impacts the ability for us to put food on the table for our family, but also impacts the ability for us to give back to our community.
The tariff war between the United States and Canada has started affecting the income of business owners in both Canada and the United States. The question that remains is, will the tariff war end, or will it continue?
All right, viewers, let's move ahead to the biggest business story of the hour. For that, I'll have to go across to my colleague, Rishita. Rishita, over to you. What's happening?
Thank you so much, Shivangi. Now, there's a big update coming in from the world of business. Adani Energy Solutions shares are trading higher. And this is because it has won a rupees 4,700 crore transmission project by the Maharashtra state government. Now, my colleague Dipanshu has been joining us from the newsroom on this. Dipanshu, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rishita. So this is about the 4,500 megawatt project that the Adani Energy Solutions Limited has got from the Maharashtra government. Now, this involves a 4,700 crore project that is around transmission lines and the potential energy infrastructure that is happening. Now, this is about the transmission lines around Satara, where a substation is to be built around Satara, a double circuit transmission line between Kolhapur and Satara, and the pooling station around Kolhapur will be expanded. Now this adds to the existing projects, and now the total of the complete order book has now reached at 85,000 crores. This particular project is about 562 circuit kilometers, which will be completed in a span of 36 months, that is being said, and the cumulative, the total circuit transmission now, because of this, reaches 29,739 kilometers. Now, this intent is to the government's intent of renewable energy, which is aimed at 500 gigawatts by 2030. It is important that these transmission lines grow so that the transfer of renewable power grows, and that's how the order becomes significant in the terms of renewable energy. Back to you, Rishita.
Well, thank you so much, Dipanshu, for bringing in these updates. We'll be tracking more such stories shortly and through the day. For now, back to you, Shivangi.
Well, thank you, our business team, for getting us the biggest breaking news coming in the world of business, economy and finance. It's time for a short break, viewers. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Much more coming up. Flash flood sweeps through Nepal's Rasuwa, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ايش عملتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
هاي باصنا كده
And getting you more of it's coming in, viewers. A first-year BTech student died by suicide after jumping from the 15th floor of the hostel in Rajasthan. Upon receiving the information, the police immediately rushed to the scene and sent the body to the NIMS hospital mortuary. A major accident took place at the Pagadi culvert in Rajasthan. Amid strong water currents, a vehicle carrying an machine was swept away by the powerful flow of water while crossing the area. The driver sustained injuries in the accident. Around half a dozen elephants were swept away by a strong water current due to the rising water levels. In fact, the elephants which had emerged from the forest were swept away by the current. A local managed to guide the elephants back towards the forest using traditional herding methods. And viewers, much more coming right up. Flash floods sweep through Nepal's Rasuba area, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream. Stay tuned. We are live in breaking.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore.
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. the Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a
sending a lot of loiter ammunitions at Sargodha. And Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loiter ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha. And it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Well, top headlines. Big Operation Sindoor revelation. The former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered as an attack on either of them. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
The former CDS Chauhan clarifies that unless Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. The government fire truck being used to watch BJP MLA Ram Nivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence raises serious questions over government's resources being misused. A flash flood sweeps through Nepal's Rasuva area, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream. The biggest exclusive own republic from inside Pakistan's ideology, Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. Viewers, getting you some big updates coming in. We have to go to Nepal because Nepal is where some big flash floods have hit, and they're very frightening scenes from Nepal coming in. And in the midst of all this, we're getting some breaking news as well. 12 army officials from Nepal are missing due to flash floods. Flash floods have hit Nepal's Rasuva area, damaging hydropower projects and markets. And now 12 army officials are missing, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Let's put out some visuals as well, because a massive flash flood has surged through northern Nepal's area, devastating parts of Rasuva district, which is near the Tibet border, and damaging homes, vehicles, bridges, and infrastructure projects. Now, on your screen, you can see how serious the flash floods are. This was reported around 9 a.m. local time. There was a sudden rise in the river, and the flood waters appear to have entered from the direction of Tibet. The worst hit areas include the border settlements. So those are pictures coming in on your screen, viewers. So you can clearly see that there's a lot of destruction. And rescue relief operations are continuing. We also know that the Nepalese Prime Minister is holding a very important meeting to make sure that the plan to rescue people and to control the damage is in action. So we see that vehicles and bridges have been swept away in the floods. Okay, let's put out some pictures coming in for you. Those are pictures showing you how intense the flash floods are. Extensive destruction has been reported. Vehicles, commercial goods, and other property carried away by the water. Okay, we are being joined by Pratik Ghimere, reporter, joining us on the phone line. He's from Nepal and he will help our viewers understand what the extent of damage looks like. Pratik, help our viewers get a sense of the latest situation. We know that these flash floods are looking very, very dangerous. Commercial goods, properties, vehicles, homes, they are being swept away.
Yeah, so as far right now, we know that the flood has washed away 42 kilometers of road linking the Nuwakot district to the China border. It has swept away many houses, hotels, and the markets. There were many human settlements and so on. So right now, as of now, the 7 bodies have been found by the security personnel. Similarly, around 748 megawatt worth capacity of hydroelectricity has been damaged. And similarly, in Kathmandu, the hospitals have been stay alert and they are waiting for the patients, those who will be rescued for their examinations. And the Kathmandu has also dispatched the experts team of doctors and trauma doctors to the flood site. Similarly, around 14 government officials of Rasuagadi custom, which lies in the border of China and Nepal, they have been reported missing as of now. Similarly, 41 security personnel are also out of contact. And simultaneously, the Nepal government and the security forces are doing the rescue work. That is all we know right now.
Yes. Pratik, like you said, many security personnel are missing. 12 army personnel from Nepal are missing due to the flash floods. So, of course, rescue relief operations are of top priority. How about the steps the government is taking? Because a high-level meeting is being called to discuss the situation in the aftermath of the floods and to take all the measures required to deal with the situation. Pratik.
So as I told you right now, the hospitals are kept alert and the medical doctors and the medical team have been dispatched there. Also, the government has made the network and data free, call and data free for the 4 major impacted districts by the flood. Similarly, the meetings were held by the Prime Minister with the cabinet and the experts of the natural disasters. And the meeting, I think, that has been over. We don't yet know what are the outcomes of the meeting, but the security personnel are deployed in the scene. The helicopters are there. The private sector helicopters are also kept in standby to do the rescue operations, and it has been going on. Till now, 7 bodies have been already found.
Pratik, I wanted to hold on for a second. We're getting some news coming in because there's some casualties which have been reported. 7 dead in Nepal flash flood. So now we are getting the numbers of the casualties. The situation is looking very, very tense, viewers. And what we are learning of right now is very unfortunate that the death toll has gone up to 7 people. 7 people have died in the flash floods, which have been reported. 7 bodies have been found by midday. In fact, we are also coming to know that the Bagmati Province Police Chief Deepak Regmi said this. According to him, 3 bodies were found on the riverbank in Nuwakot and 4 in Dhading. I want to go back to Pratik on this. Pratik, this is very unfortunate news coming in because the flash floods have just hit a short while back, a few hours ago. The death toll has gone up as well. Now, the rescue relief operations are continuing. Many people are missing. Do we also know what really caused these flash floods?
So right now, I think the experts and the scientists are examining from the both China and Nepal side that what actually happened. But as of now, what has been assumed that it is really not a flash flood, but the glacier lake or something has been burst in the Chinese Tibet side. and that swept away all to Nepal. And so the another update is the Nepali army with its helicopter has started rescuing people. 12 people have been rescued alive, and similarly WHO, World Health Organization, has also announced to provide medical equipment to the Nepal government and those who have been impacted by this flood.
Yes, Prateek, stay on with us. Let's look at those pictures which are coming in. This is a sudden and massive flood sweeping across northern Nepal, causing extensive damage to the border settlement and placing multiple downstream districts on high alert. Those are pictures coming in on a screen. And I want to go back to Prateek. Prateek is reporting from Nepal. He's helping us understand what the situation is looking like. Prateek, what is the situation right now, live as we speak? Because we understand that the communities downstream have been warned, but have the floods reached the downstream area?
Yeah, the flood has reached the downstream area, but the good thing is the security officials had already evacuated the people from the downstream area. So I don't think there are human casualties in the downstream area. All the human casualties that happened was from the upper stream, from where it was near, and as the information was not well related earlier, so the impact was there. But in the downstream, when the flood entered Nepal, the pathway of that river has already been evacuated by the security personnel.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us those details. Prateek is reporting for us from Nepal and helping us understand the latest development. The flash floods in Nepal have hit Nepal, and we are tracking all the top updates coming in from this story. We have to move ahead, viewers. Getting some more updates coming in. The government fire truck turns into a car washer in Singrauli. That is right. We'll show you a video. And in this video, you will see it's a video of an MLA's vehicle being cleaned using the fire truck's water. Has gone viral on social media. A video raising questions about the use of government machinery is going viral on social media. And this is from Madhya Pradesh. Okay, there you go. That is a video. Now, what you will see in the video is a private Innova car belonging to a BJP MLA, Ram Nivas Shah, being washed with a fire truck's hose outside his official residence. Fire department personnel themselves are seen washing the vehicle. The emergence of the video has now sparked a debate regarding the alleged misuse of government resources. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting a press conference which is coming in live. Let's go to the press conference by the BJP.
ऐसा लगता है कि अब नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी केवल और केवल मीम्स और रील वैल्यू के लिए ही बयान देते हैं. I want to call out the hypocrisy of Shri Rahul Gandhi as well as his Congress party. कुछ चंद उदाहरण आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगी क्योंकि लिस्ट बहुत लंबी है. सबसे पहले बात करते हैं, जब हमारी मंडी की सांसद कंगना रनौत जी को टिकट मिली थी तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की ही एक महिला नेता सुप्रिया श्रीनेत जी के सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट से इतनी अभद्र टिप्पणी उन पर करी गई. आप सबको याद होगा, रेट पूछा गया था. याद है आपको? रेट पूछा गया था, लेकिन उस पर राहुल गांधी जी ने तब तो किसी के लिए कुछ नहीं कहा, चुप्पी साध ली. यहां तक कि मैंने व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जाकर इस अभद्रता के खिलाफ कंप्लेंट दी थी. फिर हम बात करते हैं अप्रैल 2024 की. रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी कांग्रेस पार्टी के बहुत कद्दावर नेता है, हरियाणा की पृष्ठभूमि से आते हैं, और उन्होंने कैथल की एक रैली में हमारी तत्कालीन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की उपाध्यक्ष और हमारी मथुरा की सिटिंग एमपी हेमा मालिनी जी के खिलाफ क्या अब अशोभनीय टिप्पणी करी थी. यहां तक कि उस पर ईसी को कार्रवाई करते हुए उनको कैंपेन से बैन करना पड़ा था 48 घंटे के लिए. लेकिन फिर राहुल गांधी जी, कोई स्मैशिंग ऑफ पेट्रियार्की नहीं हुई, कोई ऐसा आपके यहां से बयान नहीं आया. उन्होंने तो बस पुनः मौन साध लिया था। अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी की बात करती हूं। भारत की पहली ट्राइबल महिला राष्ट्रपति को उन्होंने राष्ट्रपत्नी कह के संबोधित करा, लेकिन कांग्रेस के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने पुनः मौन साध लिया। कमलनाथ जी, जो मध्य प्रदेश के सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर थे, 2020 की बात कर रही हूं, उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक महिला कैंडिडेट को आइटम कह के संबोधित करा। राहुल गांधी जी, तब आप कहां थे? Why were you not smashing patriarchy then? तब आप उपदेश क्यों नहीं दे रहे थे? करा क्या? इसी को उन्हें स्टार कैंपेनर्स की लिस्ट से हटाना पड़ा। यही नहीं, एनसीडब्ल्यू ने भी उन पर कार्रवाई करी। मित्रों, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा आत्मा को कचोटने वाला अगर बयान है तो वो KR रमेश कुमार जी का है, जिन्होंने कर्नाटक की विधानसभा में ये कह दिया, इफ रेप इज इनएविटेबल देन अ वुमन शुड लाई डाउन एंड एंजॉय इट। कांग्रेस के सभी विधायक और स्पीकर समेत सब इस अभद्रता पर हंस रहे थे। राहुल गांधी जी, तब आपने मौन क्यों साध लिया था? और इस स्मैशिंग द पेट्रियार्की नथिंग बट पॉलिटिकल रेटोरिक फॉर यू? मैं पूछना चाहती हूं, ये तो आप ही की पार्टी की, कांग्रेस पार्टी की चार्जशीट मैंने पढ़कर सुनाई है, मौन क्यों साधे हुए थे? वैसे तो इस देश के देवतुल्य मतदाता ने कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व को बार बार नकारा है चुनावों में, लेकिन फिर भी कर्नाटक और हिमाचल प्रदेश में तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार है। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं आज आपके माध्यम से, राहुल गांधी जी, इफ यू वांट टू स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की, why is there not a single woman minister in the cabinet of Karnataka or in Himachal Pradesh? कर्नाटक और हिमाचल प्रदेश की कांग्रेस की सरकारों में एक भी महिला मंत्री आपने नहीं बनाई हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि महिला सशक्तिकरण कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी जी के लिए केवल और केवल एक चुनावी जुमला बनकर रह गया है। अगर वो महिला सशक्तिकरण की बात पर अमल करना चाहते तो नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम का पुरजोर मुखालफत नहीं करते। आपको याद होगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार 33% आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए विधानसभा और लोकसभा में लेकर आई है नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम के तहत। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्या किया? लाल बटन दबाकर ये निश्चित करा कि ये विधेयक सदन के पटल पर गिर जाए। राहुल गांधी जी महिलाओं की भूमिका केवल और केवल मतदाता के रूप में मतदान केंद्र तक सीमित करना ही चाहते हैं। वो नहीं चाहते कि भारत की बेटी भारत की भाग्य विधाता बने। वो नहीं चाहते कि भारत की बेटी भारत के नीति निर्माण में अपना योगदान दे। और यही नहीं, मनुस्मृति माइंडसेट की बात करते हैं। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं राहुल गांधी जी, बड़ी सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच कर रहे हैं। सर्वधर्म संभाव सिखाता है हमारा संविधान, वो संविधान जो राहुल गांधी जी झलकाते जरूर है लेकिन खोलकर कभी उसको पढ़ने की जहमत नहीं करते। Why the selective outrage? Why have you targeted only one community in India? आपका ये स्मैशिंग ऑफ पेट्रियार्की रिलीजन का रंग देखकर बदल क्यों जाता है? If you truly wanted to smash the patriarchy, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जब इस देश के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने शाहबानों को मेंटेनेंस का राइट दिया, तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार एक लेजिस्लेशन लाके, एक कानून लाकर हमारी मुस्लिम बहनों के मेंटेनेंस के राइट का दमन क्यों कर रही थी? मैं पूछना चाहती हूं, यू वांट टू स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की? तो आपने जब नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार मुसलमान बहनों को उनका हक दिलाने के लिए ट्रिपल तलाक को अबॉलिश करने के लिए बिल लाई, और ट्रिपल तलाक मित्रों आप जानते हैं अनगिनत इस्लामिक नेशंस ने भी इस लॉ को हटाया है। तो रब राहुल गांधी जी तब आपको महिलाओं की और खासकर की हमारी मुस्लिम बहनों की याद नहीं आई? तब आपने ट्रिपल तलाक की मुखालफत क्यों करी? द थिंग इज आपने 13 अगस्त को जो आपने चीप इनवेंडोज करे, जिस तरीके से आपने इटली की महिला प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ एक सेक्सिस्ट, एक मिसोजिनिस्टिक और एक अभद्र टिप्पणी करी, उस पर आवरण डालने के लिए आपने पुणे के मंच पर स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की की बात करी। आज मैं एक चैलेंज करती हूं आपको। यू वांट टू स्मैश द पेट्रियार्की? ऑल राइट, I am very comfortable singing Christmas carols on Christmas. I am very comfortable singing Vande Mataram in its entirety. I am very comfortable in reciting the Shiv Tandav. मैं आपको challenge करती हूँ, you want to actually smash the patriarchy, तो वंदे मातरम का पूरा गायन कर दिखाइए ना। इस देश की संसद एक कानून पारित करती है जहां पर वंदे मातरम को अब वही आदर और सम्मान मिलेगा जो जनगण मन को मिलता है। पूरा का पूरा गायन होगा। लेकिन कांग्रेस की वर्किंग कमेटी एक रेजोल्यूशन पास करती है। राहुल गांधी जी, रेजोल्यूशन क्या था? रेजोल्यूशन ये था कि वो कांग्रेस पार्टी जो मनुस्मृति की माइंडसेट की दुहाई देती है, वो जिहादी माइंडसेट के सामने घुटने टेक रही है और हमारे मादरे वतन के लिए जो एक ऐसा गान है जो हमारी मदर लैंड को देवी के रूप में देखता है, उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स को ब्रूटली कट करेगी। गैर कानूनी बात का आप समर्थन करने के लिए तैयार हो गए हैं तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के लिए। राहुल गांधी जी, ये है आपकी और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सच्चाई। लेकिन ये देश आपसे हिसाब मांगेगा। और दूसरी तरफ मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूं, नरेंद्र मोदी पे जो आप बार बार व्यक्तिगत प्रहार करते हैं, अरे नरेंद्र मोदी वो नेता हैं जो जब अपना सीएम का कार्यकाल पूरा कर जब प्रधान सेवक की भूमिका निभाने के लिए दिल्ली आए, तो व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जो उनकी 21 लाख रुपए की सेविंग थी, वो सरकारी क्लास 4 एम्प्लॉइज की बेटियों की एजुकेशन के कॉर्पस के लिए डोनेट कर आए। नरेंद्र मोदी ऐसे नेता हैं जिनके लिए महिला सशक्तिकरण एक चुनावी जुमला नहीं है। और इसीलिए बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ लाकर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भारत में जेंडर सेक्स रेशो थोड़ी ठीक ठाक हो, यह सुनिश्चित करा। प्रधानमंत्री जनधन योजना में 50% से ज्यादा जो खाते खुले वो मेरे देश की मातृशक्ति के खुले। यानी हमारी माताओं और बहनों ने, हमारी दादी नानी जिन्होंने बचत की आदत हमें डलवाई, उन्हें ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बैंकिंग के सेक्टर में लेकर आने वाले नेता का नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी। नरेंद्र मोदी एक ऐसे नेता हैं जिन्होंने यह सुनिश्चित करा कि 11 करोड़ से ज्यादा शौचालय बनकर हमारे देश में महिलाओं को उनकी डिग्निटी दी जाए। नरेंद्र मोदी एक ऐसे नेता हैं जिन्होंने मुद्रा योजना में यह सुनिश्चित करा कि 2/3 लोन्स हमारी वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को मिले। आज भारत वैश्विक पटल पर with the 3rd largest ecosystem in the world of startup. Ladies and gentlemen, 48% of women are in leadership roles in startups in India. नरेंद्र मोदी वो नेता हैं जिन्होंने हमारे देश की मातृशक्ति को धुएं की जिंदगी से आजादी दी, उज्ज्वला योजना लेकर आए। लखपति दीदी के तहत 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा हमारी माताओं और बहनों को आर्थिक सुरक्षा दी। और आप जानते हैं कि 3 करोड़ और का लक्ष्य रखा गया है SGH यानी सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप मूवमेंट में रेवोल्यूशनाइज करने।
All right, taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Much more coming right up. We are live and breaking. The big story is the flash flood sweeping through Nepal's Rusawa damaging markets, property, vehicles, and hydropower projects. This is the developing story. We're getting you more updates.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
खाने इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ايش عملتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
ايوه بعض هنا.
رموا 4 صواريخ وهذا الدمار كله بسبب الصواريخ هذول.
ايش صار في النازحين والخيم؟
النازحين وممتلكات، هي ممتلكات وهانة ونازحين للأسف كلهم اتدمروا. للأسف الحين هم بلا مأوى. هم هالوقت بلا مكان يروحوا يقعدوا له. هم الحين بفكروا كيف يستقروا، كيف يروحوا لمكان آمن ثاني أو كيف يستقروا في هذا المكان. بدنا نعيش بأمان، بدنا نعيش بحياتنا. بدنا نحس هاي بيت، شايفين كيف؟ هاي هذا البيت تدمر واحنا واقفين وبنتكلم بسبب القصف اللي كان قبل شويه.
A first-year BTech student died by suicide after jumping from the 15th floor of the hostel in Rajasthan. Upon receiving the information, the police immediately rushed to the scene and sent the body to the NIMS hospital mortuary. The reason behind the suicide is not yet ascertained. A major accident took place at the Pagadi culvert in Rajasthan amid strong water currents. A vehicle carrying a machine was swept away by the powerful flow of water while crossing the culvert. The driver sustained injuries in the accident and was taken to Tonk for further treatment. Around half a dozen elephants were swept away by strong water currents due to the rising water level in the Ghagra River. The elephants, which had emerged from the forest, were swept away by the strong currents. Locals later managed to guide the elephants back towards the forest using traditional herding methods. And viewers, a short break now, but do not go anywhere. Big Operation Sindoor revelation. The former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking the Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen, it is hitting the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We had sent in a lot of loitering missions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Op Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered as an attack on either. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS Chauhan clarifies that unless Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. And a shocking video where a government fire truck being used to wash a BJP MLA Ramnivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence, raising serious questions over government resources misuse. And flash floods in Nepal. Flash floods sweeps through Nepal's Rasua, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. The biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development because we're tracking the flash floods, the floods in Nepal. And we're getting a breaking news development in this regard, where flash floods have hit energy projects across Nepal. And according to preliminary information, a total of 15 hydropower and even solar projects have been affected because of the flash floods, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the situation right now in Nepal. And 10 operational and 5 under construction hydropower projects have been affected because of the Nepal floods. And as per the Independent Power Producers Association Nepal, electricity generation from operational hydropower projects with a combined capacity of 359 megawatts has been hit. Physical infrastructure of projects under construction with a total capacity of 314 megawatts has also suffered a significant damage. So this is a big blow to the power generation capability, power generation capacity also. All right, viewers, we have these exclusive videos that we have curated for you, and these are flash floods in Nepal. And the first video where you can see the river banks are submerged, and even the buildings are collapsing because of the flash floods in Nepal. And these are the videos coming in from the flood-hit Rasuwa. Let's go across to video number 2, and there you will be able to see the sudden surge in water flow. It happened suddenly. It's a flash flood which struck Nepal's Rasuwa, and the impact was around 100 to 150 kilometers. Several villages were swept away. River banks were inundated. And you can see the river banks were submerged in this video. Complete devastation, visuals of the aftermath also. And this is the video of the destruction in Nepal, the flash floods in Nepal. Visuals on your television screen. This is video number 3. This is video number 4. Let's stay with this video because you can clearly see that the trucks, that is the vehicles, are being swept away by the flash floods, and also the debris, the kind of mud, water, and sand, gravel, pebble, boulder mix. You can see it flowing in that river. It's no longer a river, and that's the situation right now. You can see complete devastation and the accumulation of debris, and because of the sudden floods in Nepal, sudden surge, and then you can see trucks swept away by the debris. Let's go across to this video. This is the level of destruction, unimaginable, never seen before, and you can see the visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the video, horrifying video, the scary video, which explains the destruction, and people had no time to move out in most cases. We hope the casualty figures do not increase in the coming time, in the coming days, in the coming hours, but this is the visual, the scary visuals of the building collapsing. We have another video for you, and you can see in this video, these are the cars being swept away like toys in that river. In Rasuwa, in Nepal, never seen before kind of devastation in Nepal. Just imagine if somebody is stuck in that flash floods. He won't get any time to escape. He won't get any chance to move away. All right, viewers, we have another video that has surfaced, and this is one among the many hydropower projects which were damaged. The numbers now are coming up to around 15 power projects which are damaged, 10 power projects which are fully functional, and 5 which are under construction, which were struck by the flash floods. And this is the level of destruction. You can clearly see the infrastructure, the boundary walls of this critical power generation plants, the power project plants, which were in Nepal, in Rasuwa. It's being damaged because of the sudden flash floods, because of the debris and the mud and the debris. And you can imagine there are pebbles, there are boulders, there are rocks, and along with the water, we have the debris which is also flowing, and that's exactly why the destruction is huge. All right, let's go across to a guest who is joining us, our esteemed guest, Dr. Dharma Upreti, who's Executive Director, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority in Nepal. We'll go across to Dr. Dharma Upreti, who's the Executive Director, National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority in Nepal. So we're getting these visuals which are really scary, horrific visuals. You can understand the kind of devastation this has caused, especially the border areas have been severely impacted, and we are still waiting for the number of casualties. We hope it doesn't increase, but sir, your initial assessment of what happened.
Yeah, actually, this is the impact of avalanche blocked dam outburst flood. Based on our earlier assessment, so the avalanche induced damming outburst suddenly, and the flood came into Nepal side from the Tibetan river. So as you mentioned, the number of damages and losses are coming up. So we have already mobilized our state mechanisms, police, military, and paramilitary in the area, and the volunteers are mobilized, helicopters are mobilized, drones are mobilized to assess the situation. So it's really devastating, and we are very saddened to see the situation, and we are observing, monitoring, and then it might be possible to come the same maybe next, but we are observing, and flood forecast division of the authority has already issued number of SMS alert to the risk communities, to the downstream. Yeah. So we are assessing, and the meeting of disaster council sat and discussed, and we have dispersed both monetary and non-monetary items to the affected area through district disaster management committee. So yeah, we are looking at it very seriously, and I'm quite busy, so I'm not sure I can take your next question. So we'll be in touch.
Yeah, also, sir, if you can put this into perspective, because we are getting to know that majority of the power generation projects, that is hydropower projects, have severely been impacted because of the flash floods. Yes, yes. How is this going to impact? Damage. Yeah. Please go on. Yeah, it's damage, huge damage, but we don't know what amount, and we are assessing the situation. We'll come back maybe in the next couple of days, exact the damage, losses, and damages because of this avalanche dam outburst flood. So we'll come back to you in a few days of the whole. So any number on the casualties, if you can share with us, any assessment or any numbers? No casualties actually confirmed, but we hear number of casualties are there, but it's not confirmed yet. So far people are missing, and it might be they are moving somewhere in a safer area, but we don't have any confirmed casualties so far. All right. Dr. Dharma, thanks a lot for joining and for explaining what actually happened. And our prayers are with the people of Nepal. We hope the number of casualties doesn't increase in this regards. But these are very scary visuals which are coming in from Nepal. Trucks being swept away, cars being swept away, buildings being swept away, villages being swept away because of this sudden surge in water flow, flash floods in Nepal. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking, a big breaking news development that is coming in from Moscow. This is the US CIA Director John Ratcliffe was on board the US Air Force C-17A Globemaster that landed early Tuesday at Moscow's Vnukovo Airport, pointing to a carefully planned and sensitive mission. Now, he landed in Moscow in order to attend several high-level meetings with the officials, and that needs to be questioned and investigated. What exactly is the reason of the meeting? CIA or the White House has not commented on the aircraft. Not just that, Russian President Vladimir Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov declined to comment on the matter. He told journalists earlier in the day, previously also earlier in the day, about this this sudden meeting. And CIA or White House has not commented on this aircraft. And Russian President Vladimir Putin's spokesman, that is Dmitry Peskov, declined to comment on the matter. He told journalists earlier in the day that he had no information regarding the plane that touched down around 10 a.m. Moscow time, and said no meetings between the Kremlin and any representatives of the Trump administration were planned this week. And the CIA director spent about 4 hours in Moscow before leaving. So there's something fishy, something is happening. They might not admit it. And this is a secret trip of the CIA director. So this is very, it happened all of a sudden. It was planned suddenly. It's an exclusive story that you're seeing on your television screen, because this needs to be investigated. We have first on visuals on your television screen of the plane on which the CIA was traveling to Moscow, and this meeting happened all of a sudden, and no information has been shared by either US or even Russia. All right, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. A government-fired truck turns into a car washer in Singrauli, and now video of an MLA's vehicle being cleaned using the fire truck's water goes viral on social media. A video raising questions about the use of government machinery is going viral on social media from Singrauli, Madhya Pradesh. Now in the video, a private car belonging to BJP MLA Ram Nivas Shah is being seen washed with a fire truck's hose, and outside his official residence openly. And the video was recorded, and now the video is viral. The fire department personnel themselves are seen washing the vehicle, and the emergence of this video has sparked a debate regarding the alleged misuse of government resources. And this incident took place on Tuesday. The viral video shows a fire truck parked outside MLA Ram Nivas Shah's official residence, with the fire department personnel washing the private car, using a hose. Now 3 employees are seen spraying water on the vehicle. The car is reported to be the private vehicle of BJP MLA Ram Nivas Shah. Let's listen into the reaction of the MLA in this regards.
आप लोगों ने बताया, वीडियो हमने भी देखा, हमने भी जाना, कोई विधायक सांसद मालिक अपने हाथ की गाड़ी कोई धोता नहीं। अमूमन जो ड्राइवर ने बताया कि वो गाड़ी नगर निगम महापौर अध्यक्ष के घर में पंप खराब था तो पानी भरने आई थी, संयोग से खड़ी थी तो थोड़ा सा पानी मार दिया, तो ड्राइवर को डांटा कि ये सब काम नहीं किया करना चाहिए, बस इतना ही।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि ये आग बुझाने वाली गाड़ी जो फायर ब्रिगेड है उसका उपयोग विधायक अपने निजी काम के लिए कर रहे हैं।
जो कह रहे हैं वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा जानते हैं, उनके बारे में मैं ज़्यादा बात नहीं करता।
All right, so these are the visuals, and this MLA is also defending the action and is passing the buck to the driver, and the driver is to be blamed as per the MLA in this case. And this is VVIP culture that needs to be highlighted, and firefighting VVIP racism. That's the story, because in Singrauli MP you can see these visuals, and you can just imagine this is very important to highlight that the fire truck is for controlling flames, for dousing fire, and this is being used to wash cars, and this sends a very wrong message to the citizens of the country that this is the kind of behavior that needs to be completely avoided, and there needs to be some sort of discipline on the way these personnel are behaving in this regard. So they're using the fire tender to wash an MLA's car. Totally uncalled for, totally unacceptable, and this is the complete misuse of government resources, critical, very important government resource, which is very important in case there is a fire incident. The truck should have been used there, and this might even cause delay. All right, let's go across to Satya Vijay for more details into the story. Satya Vijay, जिस तरीके से क्या इसको किस तरीके से बयां किया जाए वो समझ में नहीं आता, क्योंकि संसाधन है सरकार के हैं, उनकी उपयोगिता जो है वो इस मामले में है कि कहीं आग लगे तो बुझाया जाए, और इनमें तो सेकंड्स का मामला होता है कि इनको भागना होता है, तुरंत वहां पर पहुंचना होता है। ये क्या वहां पर ये गाड़ी खड़ी हुई थी और कैसे इसका इस्तेमाल कर लिया गया, और नेताजी ने क्या इस पे बयान दिया डिफेंड करते हुए कि भाई नहीं, मेरी गलती नहीं है?
देखिए, सिंगरौली से पहली बार के भाजपा विधायक हैं राम निवास साहब।
और इनका कहना चाहिए जिस तरह का रुख यहाँ देखने को मिला है कि वो फायर ब्रिगेड की गाड़ी से अपना वाहन धुलवा रहे हैं, तो ये सत्ता का घमंड भी है, ये सरकारी मशीनरीज का जो है दुरुपयोग भी है, क्योंकि जनता के टैक्स के पैसे से इस तरह की सुविधाएं जो हैं लोगों की जान बचाने के लिए फायर ब्रिगेड जैसी सुविधा होती है। ऐसे में आप सोचिए कि अचानक कहीं आग लगती है और ये फायर ब्रिगेड जो कि विधायक की गाड़ी धो रही है और उसका पानी उसमें खत्म हो जाता है, तो ऐसे में आग कैसे बुझाई जाती है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इस पर कांग्रेस तो हमलावर है, बीजेपी की तरफ से बहुत स्पष्ट अभी रुख किसी का साफ नहीं हुआ है। मैं बीजेपी दफ्तर में ही मौजूद हूं और कोशिश मेरी रहेगी कि प्रदेश सदस्य से पूछा जाए कि वो अपने इस तरह के बेलगाम विधायकों पर किस तरह की कार्रवाई करेंगे, और इसीलिए मैं बीजेपी में हूँ। हालांकि इस मामले में जो रामनिवास शाह हैं उनकी सफाई कहें या एक तंज कसने वाला स्टेटमेंट सामने आया। पहले तो उन्होंने कहा कि सांसद विधायक तो गाड़ी धोते नहीं है, ड्राइवर की गलती है, मैंने उसको फटकार लगाई है। लेकिन जब उनसे ये सवाल किया गया कि भाई गाड़ी जो है इस तरह से जो फायर ब्रिगेड जो होती है उसका काम आग बुझाने का, ये सवाल उठ रहे हैं, तो आप अपनी वाहन कैसे धुलवा सकते हैं। तो इस पर वो ये कहते नजर आए कि जो ये कह रहे हैं वो कुछ ज्यादा समझदार होंगे, इस तरह का वो तंज कस रहे हैं। मतलब साफ है कि उन्हें अपनी गलती का बिल्कुल एहसास नहीं है, मलाल नहीं है। अब देखना ये है कि बीजेपी जो कि खुद को डिसिप्लिन वाली पार्टी कहती है, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष क्या ऐसे विधायक को तलब करेंगे, क्योंकि सरकारी मशीनरी का पूरी तरह से ये दुरुपयोग है। फायर ब्रिगेड की ये गाड़ी थी, नगर निगम के अंतर्गत वो फायर ब्रिगेड आती है और इसका काम होता है प्रदेश में कहीं भी इमरजेंसी हो या आग की घटना हो, आगजनी की घटना हो, तो वहां जाकर आग बुझाना। विधायक को अगर अपनी गाड़ी साफ भी करानी थी तो उनको बाकायदा तनख्वाह मिलती है, पेमेंट मिलती है, उससे सर्विस सेंटर पर जाके कराते, लेकिन ऐसा उन्होंने नहीं किया। तो ये सत्ता का घमंड ही है कि पहली बार के विधायक सरकारी सिस्टम को भी अपना समझ रहे हैं, अपना निजी वाहन धुलवा रहे हैं और इस पर सफाई के तौर पर तंज कस रहे हैं या टालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये कह रहे हैं कि विधायक सांसद खुद तो गाड़ी धोते नहीं है, ड्राइवर को ऐसा नहीं करना था, बचने की कोशिश कुल मिलाकर करते नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया पूरी जानकारी हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए। एंड द विजुअल्स एज यू कैन सी लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन क्लियरली अंडरस्टैंड द काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन देयर इज एंड इट्स कंप्लीटली डिसरिगार्ड टुवर्ड्स the sentiments of the public also, the way they are misbehaving, the kind of behavior is completely uncalled for. All right, viewers, now let's move to another big story that we are tracking. This is the New York City Mayor, Zohran Mamdani, known for his anti-Hindu stand. He said that he does not support the upcoming planned event at Madison Square Garden, where Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh chief, that is the Sarsanchalak, Mohan Bhagwat, is scheduled to address members of the Indian diaspora on August 29, 2026. He said that the city may, however, not have jurisdiction to cancel the private event scheduled for the August 29th. And also the RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat, arrived in the US earlier in the day as part of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh's centenary. And clearly, many people are rattled because of this visit. This is the centenary year global outreach program. During his stay in New York, he would participate in the Universal Oneness program. And this is the message of India to the world, that is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And he will be addressing a gathering of around 5,000 people at the iconic Madison Square Garden on Saturday. So this is completely not on religious lines or anything of that sort, but the same lobby gets rattled once again. We must remember this is the same Mamdani who had opposed the Ram Mandir. Let's listen into Mamdani.
You know, I also stand here as the first Indian American mayor in our city's history, and my mother's family is all still in India, and the vision of India that I was taught by my family and the one that I grew up being very familiar with was of a pluralistic society, of a secular republic that believed in the belonging of each and every person who was from India. And it has been incredibly troubling to see the rise of a movement that is predicated on an exclusionary vision of any country, frankly. And so it is one that I find myself in deep opposition to, not only as an Indian American, but also as the mayor of a city that believes deeply in the belonging of each and every person, no matter their color, their creed, their religion, their faith, wherever they're from.
Should the rally be canceled, though, at MSG this weekend?
I don't support the rally, but I don't know if the city has any jurisdiction on canceling a private event. You know, I also stand here as the first Indian American mayor in our city's history, and my mother's family is all still in India, and the vision of India that I was taught by my family, and the one that I grew up being very familiar with, was of a pluralistic society, of a secular republic that believed in the belonging of each and every person.
All right, viewers, so that was the exclusive statement of the controversial New York mayor. We'll get you more details on this story and a lot more, but now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. Coming up next, more details, because this is the big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ايش عملتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
ايوه بعض هنا
رموا 4 صواريخ، وهذا الدمار كله بسبب الصواريخ هذول.
ايش صار في النازحين والخيم؟
النازحين وممتلكات، هي ممتلكات وهانة ونازحين للأسف كلهم اتدمروا. للأسف الحين هم بلا مأوى. هم هالوقت بلا مكان يروحوا يقعدوا له. هم الحين بفكروا كيف يستقروا، كيف يروحوا لمكان آمن ثاني، أو كيف يستقروا في هذا المكان. بدنا نعيش بأمان، بدنا نعيش بحياتنا.
All right, viewers, coming up after the break, the biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus story today is the devastating flash floods in Nepal, which have caused huge destruction. Cars swept away, power projects swept away, buildings collapsing, and entire villages have been swept away because of the sudden surge of water flow because of the flash floods in Nepal. We'll get you all the details on this story and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines.
We had sent in a lot of loitering ammunitions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered as an attack on either. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS Chauhan clarifies that unless Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. Government fire truck being used to wash BJP MLA Ramnivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence raises serious questions over government resources misuse. Flash flood sweeps through Nepal's Rasuwa, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. And the biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail, Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. Following a sudden flash flood in Nepal's Rasuwa, now the Sashastra Seema Bal has issued an alert across its formations along the Indo-Nepal border, with 11 rescue and relief teams activated for immediate response and 7 more kept on standby. The SSB personnel are prepared to assist state governments and local administrations in rescue and relief operations as authorities monitor rising water levels in the Koshi and Narayani river basins and the threat of flash floods in smaller rivers. Now, vulnerable areas along the Ghagra, Karnali and Mahakali river systems in Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand are also being closely monitored, while SSB battalions have been directed to maintain the situation and maintain coordination with the civil administration. And these are the visuals coming in from Nepal. You can see the river banks inundated, the river banks submerged, and buildings collapsing, and the cars being swept away, entire villages being swept away and being submerged in water. And these are the hydropower projects, the power projects which were swept away, damaged, destroyed completely in many places, and also the rescue operations are happening right now. These are the one among the many videos that we have for you. Number one video where river banks have submerged, buildings are collapsing on your television screen, and this happened at the border region between Nepal and Tibet. Now, second is the sudden surge in the water flow. Let's stay on this video. Let's see the video. As you can see, there's a sudden surge in the water flow all of a sudden, and you'll also be able to see a vehicle trying to move away from that location, escape that sudden surge in water flow, and there was very less time available for the vehicle. You can see clearly the small vehicle that is visible in that video is actually a big truck that moves out of that sudden flash floods because it's very close, and also the road will also be swept away. All right, let's go across to an esteemed guest who is joining us from Nepal. Thank you for joining Mr. Dinesh Tripathi, who's joining us from Kathmandu, Nepal. He's a senior advocate from Supreme Court of Nepal. First of all, sir, we completely understand the kind of situation Nepal is in right now and the kind of devastation, the visuals of which are really horrifying. The casualties the numbers might increase, but we pray it does not. But if, according to your assessment, what kind of damage has been done because of this sudden flash floods in that border region, Mr. Tripathi?
There is a massive destruction of property. There is a massive damage of infrastructure. There is a hydro project also. There is a markets. That market has been damaged. Buildings has been demolished, and roads has been severely damaged, and even the traffic is now stopped because of that. The bridges has been broken. Several bridges have been broken. Police station has been swept away. They have been submerged, and there is a large number of people are still. They have been stranded over there. The tourists who are in the there, the tourists they have been also stranded, and it's a huge loss of lives and property in Rasua district, and there is unprecedented things happen in Nepal. It was never imagined. It all of a sudden it happened this morning, and it was not imagined that this kind of things will happen. And I think this is the first time. Is this kind in the history of Nepal, and now the bridges has been collapsed. That's why there is it's difficult to reach out there, and it is difficult to have a rescue operation. Became so difficult, and even it is also difficult where to land helicopters. And since 28 police has been out of contact, and there is 8 death has been confirmed. Already been confirmed 8 death, and 28 even the police person they have been out of contact.
Yeah, Mr. Tripathi, you're telling us, because we were also getting reports. Because a journalist also joined us from Nepal a short while ago when this incident happened, that many army camps were also impacted because of this, severely impacted, and many soldiers are also missing after the sudden flash floods which happened in that location in Nepal. You're telling us that even police stations have been swept away, so the number of casualties might rise.
Yeah, exactly. 28 police has been already they are out of contact now. Okay. Their police station has been swept away. Even the army camps has been also submerged.
Okay. Even the army camp.
The bridges has been swept away. They have been wiped out. Bridges has been. The market has been wiped out. huge buildings, a huge number of buildings. There have been the hotels, buildings, infrastructure. So there is a massive, casualty is there, massive, damage of property, and at this point, it's even hard to launch a rescue operation because there is a difficult to reach out there because bridges has been swept away. So even the highways has been swept away. So it has been damaged, and there is a massive landslide also. So road has been blocked also, and there is a nearby markets. It has been all, even there is a big market called Sapru Beshi. There was and Dhunche and Bidur. They all affected. These are hugely populated markets are there. There are hydropower projects also. They have been also heavily damaged. So at this point, it's very hard to calculate actual damage which is done because even there is a communication gap as well. Because it's hard to get a real picture also here. Because the police person, the army person who are in the ground, they're supposed to give exact information, but they themselves need assistance. They have to also how to save their life, and large number of police station has been also damaged. So it's very difficult there, and it was never imagined this kind of situation before in Nepal. It happens all of a sudden. So it's really, and even it's also, affected nearby district as well, Dharing district as well. The couple of bridges have been also destroyed. I think that it will also affect, because the massive flood, it will also affect in the Tarai region also, because there is a rise of the river levels, and so there is even the passage of river has been also blocked by the the buildings and like that, because the buildings it is in the river, so the passage of water has been also blocked. So it will cause more damage over there.
Yeah, I completely understand, and
we can imagine.
Because this completely understand, it's not just water, it's mix of mud, debris, pebbles, boulders, cars, trees, and entire villages being swept away, the debris of the damaged buildings also. But it will take a very long time. And how difficult is the situation on ground? Because I'm getting to know that even the helipads have been swept away, and that is why it is getting difficult for the helicopters to land in Timur. Especially for conducting the rescue operations. And looking at the scale of devastation, it is going to take a very long time. And at certain point, at places, it's a challenge for the authorities that where should we start from?
Exactly, that's very true, because the road has been totally blocked, bridges has been swept away, so you cannot reach through the roads by the road. So, and there is no place to land helicopters, and there is no airport at all, because that's the region, that's the area, there is not even a single airport, not even the emergency airport. So only thing is the helicopter, and there is no place where to land the airport, because where to land the helicopters, because there is no helipad at all. So, and even the policemen, they are also missing. The army personnel who's supposed to carry out the rescue operation, they are themselves in a difficult time, because they based in that particular locality. They're supposed to carry out all the rescue operations. The police personnel, they're supposed to carry out rescue operation, but they themselves are missing. The army personnel, they themselves are missing, because that area is earthquake prone area. So there are some some police personnel are there for that purpose. But thing is that they are their life is also been endangered. We don't know about their whereabouts. 28 already been very unfortunate situation had happened, and for the authorities, it's a very difficult to carry out the rescue operation to get the things normalized. Local administration is also helpless, because the flood entered into the bazaar area. Even the government officials are also damaged, and people are in the panic. The authorities are also in panic. They are, helpless. How to react? How to respond to this situation? They are really perplexed in this situation. How to move forward? And even the government.
Yeah, but Mr. Tripathi, I'm getting to know that bridges have been swept away even in.
It's very hard.
Dr. Tripathi, we are getting to know, Mr. Tripathi, that
bridges are swept away.
Bridges have been swept away even till Dhading.
That's why the transport communication has been. Dhading also, yes. Dhading bridge has been also collapsed. So there is no link to the Dhading, headquarters, Dhading district headquarters, because that is the only bridge which is, to further to reach Dhading district headquarters, but that bridge has been collapsed. So now it's there is no.
All right. Yeah. Mr. Tripathi, we also have Nimesh Jha, a journalist who is also joining us from Kathmandu to give us all the update of the information. Nimesh Jha, thanks a lot for joining. The visuals are very frightening, scary visuals coming in from Kathmandu. Unprecedented, never imagined before kind of situation which is happening in Nepal. And we're getting to know that many hydropower projects have been swept away, buildings swept away, villages swept away, army camps, police stations swept away. What is the level of destruction? What are the reports that you are getting?
अभी तक मेरे जानकारी में जो आई है नेपाल पुलिस की जो खबर है उसमें से अभी तक 9 डेड बॉडी रिकवर हो चुका है और ये डेड बॉडी कहां से आया हुआ है किसका है अभी तक उसको पता नहीं है पानी में बहकर ये डेड बॉडी मिला हुआ है और उसको पहचान भी अभी तक नहीं हो चुका है और एक बात यह है कि जो अभी कुछ देर पहले कैबिनेट का मीटिंग हुआ था उसने मीटिंग में रसुआ जो इफेक्टेड डिस्ट्रिक्ट है 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट रसुआ नुआकोट और धादिङ ये 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जो ज्यादा इफेक्टेड एरिया है उसको संकटग्रस्त क्षेत्र घोषणा कर चुका है और वहां पर रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू का टीम पठाने के लिए सरकार ने निर्देशन दे चुका है अभी जो होम मिनिस्टर हैं सुदन गुरुङ वो भी पार्लियामेंट में इस संदर्भ में अपना जवाब दे रहे हैं सरकार क्या कर रही है उनका आगे का प्लानिंग क्या है इस विषय में अभी पार्लियामेंट में छलफल चल रहा है
बिल्कुल लेकिन थोड़ा सा उस इलाके के बारे में भी आप अगर हमें बता पाएं निमेश झा जी पहाड़ी क्षेत्र है थोड़ा सा दुर्गम पहाड़ी है जहां पर लोगों का जाना मुश्किल है रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन कितना मुश्किल है और वहाँ आबादी कहते हैं कि 50,000 की आबादी अगर रसूवा की बात की जाए उस लोकेशन की बात की जाए और आंकड़ा बढ़ सकता है हम चाहते नहीं कि मरने वालों का आंकड़ा बढ़े लेकिन कितनी बड़ी ये आपदा है त्रासदी है वो आपको जो खबर आ रही है आपके सोर्सेज से
देखिए अभी जो फिलहाल जानकारी जो आई हुई है उसमें क्या है कि ये बाढ़ जो है अचानक आया हुआ है और वर्षा भी जो एरिया है उस उधर वर्षा भी नहीं हुआ है तो ये बाढ़ कैसे अचानक आया इस संदर्भ में क्या अनुमान है कि जो तिब्बत के जो एरिया है जो बॉर्डर एरिया है रसुआ जिला के पास उसमें ग्लेशियर ब्रस्ट होने की आशंका है ग्लेशियर ब्रस्ट होने के बाद इस तरह का बाढ़ आया हुआ होगा जो अभी अनुमान कर रहे हैं लेकिन एग्जैक्ट रीजन क्या है अभी पता नहीं चला हुआ है तो इस तरह का बाढ़ आया और ये भी कैसा है कि बहुत भीषण और ज्यादा भयानक किस्म का बाढ़ है जो किसी ने कल्पना भी नहीं किया था अचानक आ चुका और जो आप जो बताए कि उधर जो पॉपुलेशन का डेंसिटी है वो भी पहाड़ी एरिया में क्या होता है कि आपको जानकारी होगा कि एक जगह पर घर बस्ती नहीं होता है कुछ दूर दूर में होता है और नदी के आसपास भी बस्ती है तो डैमेज कितना कैसे हुआ अभी कुछ भी फिलहाल कहने की अवस्था में जो सरकार का जो मैकेनिज्म है जो सिक्योरिटी बॉडीज है वो भी इस विषय में कुछ नहीं बोल पाया हुआ है कि कैसा कहां पर कैसा किस तरह का डैमेज हुआ है और क्या है कि वहाँ पर कस्टम ऑफिस भी है बॉर्डर के पास, जो तिब्बत से चाइना से जो सामान जो आते हैं वहाँ पर बॉर्डर ऑफिस है। तो वहाँ वो एक जानकारी है कि वो बॉर्डर ऑफिस डैमेज बहुत अच्छे से किस्म से बहुत खराब बुरी तरह से डैमेज हो चुका है। वहाँ पर जो कंटेनर था वो भी पानी में बह चुका है, लगभग 6 कंटेनर पानी में बहने की बात जानकारी आई हुई है। और उस एरिया में लगभग 15 से ज़्यादा हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट है, वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज हो चुका है। 15 से भी ज़्यादा हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट डैमेज हो चुका है। और लगभग 3 से 3.5 से ज़्यादा मेगावाट का जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सप्लाई है वो डिस्टर्ब हो चुका है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, पूरी जानकारी हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए. So he joined us from Kathmandu with all the latest updates in the story, and these are the visuals of the flash floods from Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, riverbanks submerged, buildings swept away, villages swept away, people swept away, cars and trucks, buses swept away. Never seen before incident, catastrophe, which is the visuals of which are coming from Nepal. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking, which is a big revelation which has been made by former CDS Anil Chauhan on the inside details of the Operation Sindoor. Speaking at the Vimarsh event on Operation Sindoor and its aftermath at the Vivekananda International Foundation, Chauhan made astonishing revelations and said that Indian loitering munitions missions were sent to search for radars around Sargodha. Chauhan shared key insights into Operation Sindoor, India's military strategy and the decisions that shaped the operation, from revealing what Prime Minister Narendra Modi told the CDS before the operation to explaining its three phases. All right, viewers, let's go back to the story that we were tracking. These are the visuals coming in from Nepal, aftermath of the destruction. And you can completely understand the kind of situation. You can't see the river flowing. That's the situation, and these are the river banks and the riverbank areas and the villages on the border between Nepal and Tibet, and you can completely understand the kind of devastation and the accumulation of debris in that river. Very less water can be seen flowing in that river, which was completely flooded. And this inundation is quite visible, quite evident when it comes to the flooding which happened, the sudden flooding which happened in Nepal, in Rasuwa in Nepal. These are the exclusive shots which are coming in from Nepal. These are the aerial shots coming in from Nepal of which explain the devastation, which explain the kind of destruction which is happening right now, which happened today in Nepal, the visuals of which are on your television screen. Ladies and gentlemen, visuals from Rasuwa, from Nepal on your television screen. You can completely understand the level of destruction. And this was after a flash flood happened in Nepal, first on Republic, on your television screen. These are the visuals of the aftermath, explaining the catastrophe, the disaster, coming in from Nepal, from Rasuwa on your television screen. Look at these visuals and you can imagine the kind of devastation and the damage it has done. Various power projects swept away, buildings damaged, and this is a mix of debris that is water, mud, sand, and you can see pebbles and trees and vehicles and building debris flowing in that river, and that is why it's obstructed, it's not flowing properly, and that is because of the sudden flash floods in Nepal. All right, viewers, these are the two visuals. That is right at the time of the flooding, right at the time the flash floods happened, and the aftermath. The two visuals to explain you the kind of devastation, the destruction, the damage that has been caused by the flooding, the sudden flooding in Nepal. And these are the scary visuals which surfaced earlier, where there was no time for the residents and the locals to leave that location, and many were unsuccessful in leaving that river bank, and many are still missing right now as we speak. Many police stations also were swept away. Army camps have been swept away, and even power generation plants, power project plants were also swept away, damaged. All right, viewers, these are more fresh visuals which have surfaced, and you can completely understand the inundation and the accumulation of debris. Visuals coming in again on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Aerial shots to explain you the kind of devastation which has happened in Nepal. In Nepal, ladies and gentlemen, as you can completely understand the kind of damage which has been caused because of the flash floods. And also, there has been a reaction by the Prime Minister of Nepal, that is Honorable Prime Minister Balendra Shah, who has consulted with federal lawmakers from the affected areas regarding the situation arising out of the flood in the Botekoshi River in Rasuwa. Now, there was a meeting also that was organized, but let's go back to the pictures. You can see the pictures, you can understand the kind of devastation that has been caused by the flooding. It happened all of a sudden, and this happened in a region that borders Tibet, and it is a mountainous region, and the rivers and the river region faced a sudden flash flood. And even though there was a way for the water to pass through, but because of the inundation, you can see completely because of the flash floods which happened, and also the damage which was done to the nearby villages, the damage which was done to the power projects. And you can see, look at those visuals, the visuals during the flash floods where trucks were swept away, vehicles were swept away, and because it's not just water that was flowing, it was also the debris, the mud, sand, and gravel, pebbles, stones, boulders. You can understand the kind of situation when flash floods happen in mountainous region, and these are the aerial shots and more shots which have surfaced right now. First on Republic, these shots on your television screen, you can understand the kind of damage. The nature has done the destruction, and this is the aftermath of the destruction caused by nature. Time for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after the break, more visuals and more details about the flash floods in Nepal.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। और मसाला।
ايش عملتي يا حبيبتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
Coming up next, big Op Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher. And the International Monetary Fund is forecasting that Iran's economy could shrink by more than 5%.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We had sent in a lot of loitering munitions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Op Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered as an attack on Sargodha. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS Chauhan clarifies that unless Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. Government fire truck being used to wash BJP MLA Ramnivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence, raising serious questions over government resources misuse. Flash floods sweeps through Nepal's Rasua, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. The biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail, Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. A big revelation has been made by former CDS Anil Chauhan on the inside details of Operation Sindoor. Now, speaking at the Vimarsh event on Operation Sindoor and its aftermath at the Vivekananda International Foundation, Chauhan made astonishing revelations and said that Indian loitering missions were sent to search for radars around Sargodha. Chauhan shared key insights into Operation Sindoor, India's military strategy and the decisions that shaped the operation. From revealing what Prime Minister Narendra Modi told the CDS before the operation to explaining its 3 phases, India's preparedness and exit strategy, Chauhan details why India gained the upper hand. He also discusses Pakistan's response, its difficulties in assessing the strikes and the key lessons it may have drawn from Operation Sindoor.
There was a small episode about what I think Air Marshal Bharti was asked, that Kirana Hills episode. I think I'll clarify this. At occasions it's been asked whether Kirana Hills were hit or not. That's where their nuclear facilities are there. And with Bharti had rightly clarified that we did not target Kirana Hills. I can maybe given kind of an explanation. Before those strikes, we had sent in a lot of loitering munitions at Sargodha. And Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha. And it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit one of those hills. So that could be one of the reasons as to what people asked. Yes, because Pakistani media also showed some kind of images in which there was smoke coming out from Kirana Hills, and they were asking. Next is a new normal. You heard about this new normal, which the Prime Minister has said that there'll be talks and terror will not go together, blood and water will not flow together, will not tolerate cross-border terrorism, and will make no distinction between perpetrators and their handlers, and then will not be blackmailed or by nuclear blackmail.
Now, the biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. PTI chairman Barrister Gauhar Khan, in his first ever interview to international media, is live and exclusive. Imran Khan has been launched in Adiala jail for over 2 years now, facing more than 150 cases. His party has alleged a political witch hunt and a complete denial of justice, with repeated claims about his deteriorating health and solitary confinement. What is Imran Khan's real health condition? What is the PTI's next big strategy? Hear it straight from the man closest to Imran Khan, Barrister Gauhar Khan. Listen in.
सर ये बताइएगा कि जो हुकूमत के खिलाफ पीटीआई की तरफ से दायर करदा जो तौहीन अदालत है उसका क्या स्टेटस है सर इस वक्त?
देखो, हमने एक पिटीशन फाइल कर दी थी सैटरडे वाले दिन, और हम अदालत से यही दरख्वास्त कर रहे हैं कि 18 तारीख को जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया था और इसमें खान साहब को शिफा इंटरनेशनल हॉस्पिटल शिफ्ट होना था, उसमें एक बोर्ड बनना था मेडिकल, जिसमें खान साहब की बहन और खान साहब के ज़ाती मुआलिज शामिल होना था। वो चूँकि लेटर एंड स्पिरिट में इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ, उस हॉस्पिटल में नहीं ले जाया गया और वो टेस्ट नहीं हुए जिसका सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर किया। लिहाजा हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से इस्तदा की है कि इस आर्डर को इम्प्लीमेंट करो। उस आर्डर की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन अभी बाकी है, लेकिन जो एप्लीकेशन हमने फाइल की है उसमें पहले ऑब्जेक्शन लगा हुआ था। ऑब्जेक्शन के बाद हमने उसको रीफाइल कर दिया और अब उसको नंबर अलॉट हुआ है। हमें उम्मीद है इंशाल्लाह ताला कि जुमेरात को या जितनी भी जल्द हो सके सुप्रीम कोर्ट इंशाल्लाह उसकी समाअत करे।
मतलब आप क्या समझते हैं कब तक, अगले हफ्ते तक ये जा सकती है?
देखो, हमने सुप्रीम कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट की है, उस पर एक नोट जरूर पुटअप हुआ होगा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि जितनी जल्द समाअत हो सकती हो हम करेंगे और बेंच की अवेलेबिलिटी भी देखेंगे और बेंच की अवेलेबिलिटी को देख करके इंशाल्लाह वो जल्द फैसला करेंगे।
सर ये बताइएगा, आज आपने जो तौहीन अदालत डाली थी उसके ऊपर एतराज़ात लगे, फिर वो तौहीन अदालत दोबारा आप लोगों ने फाइल कर दी और उसको डायरी नंबर भी अलॉट कर दिया गया है। अब कल जो है वो परसों पीटीआई ने कहा है जुमेरात वाले दिन फिर आईएलएफ के वकला जाएंगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के बाहर, फिर कोई धरना होगा या वो जो आप लोग अलामती प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं वो होगा?
नहीं, देखो, धरना भी नहीं, अलामती प्रोटेस्ट भी नहीं। हमने ये कहा था कि इसको नंबर अलॉट करके इस पे नोट पुटअप कर दिए। नंबर अलॉट हो गया, नोट पुटअप हुआ होगा। अभी चीफ जस्टिस साहब को रूटीन में यही होता है कि दफ्तर नंबर अलॉट करता है, रजिस्ट्रार साहब एक नोट पुट करता है, चीफ जस्टिस को बताता है कि इसमें अर्जेंसी क्या है। हमने कहा है कि ये हेल्थ रिलेटेड मैटर है और उसके हेल्थ को शदीद ख़तरात लाहिक है और डॉक्टर का होना, डॉक्टर का टेस्ट इंटरव्यू वगैरह होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है। लिहाजा सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि हम उसकी हेयरिंग करेंगे। अगर थर्सडे को बेंच अवेलेबल हुआ, जो हमने रिक्वेस्ट की है, क्योंकि जज साहिबान पाकिस्तान में मौजूद है और अगर वो पाकिस्तान में है तो जूम से भी हेयरिंग हो सकती है, एक मीटिंग कॉल की जा सकती है। लिहाजा थर्सडे को मीटिंग हो जाएगी, नहीं है तो शायद जुमे को हो जाए।
सर ये बताइएगा, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान का फैसला था उसके ऊपर हुकूमत ने मनो अमल क्यों नहीं किया? क्या वजूहात उन्होंने पेश की हैं?
देखो, हमें तो कुछ नहीं बताया गया कि क्या वजूहात है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर पे मन ऑन लेटर इन स्पिरिट अमल होना चाहिए था, हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट होना चाहिए था। वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में कोई अभाम नहीं था। अगर अभाम होता तो रिव्यू फाइल की जा सकती थी, उसमें कोई अभाम नहीं था। मैटर बड़ा सिंपल था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने लिखा था, हुकूमत ने रिव्यू फाइल भी किया, फिर वापस ले लिया, फिर उसको ऑर्डर इम्प्लीमेंट करने की तरफ बढ़े भी, लेकिन ऑल ऑफ अ सडन मिडवे जो है वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो सका, जो बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट।
सर इस वक्त जो है पाकिस्तान तरीके इंसाफ की जो लॉयर्स की टीम है उसके ऊपर पूरे पाकिस्तान की नज़रें, आने वाले दिनों में आप क्या समझते हैं जो आपके चाहने वाले हैं या जो पाकिस्तान में इमरान खान साहब के चाहने वाले हैं, उनको क्या तवक्को करनी चाहिए कि खान साहब जो है दोबारा शिफा इंटरनेशनल जाएंगे?
देखिए, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कानून के मुताबिक, इनके मुताबिक हम जा रहे हैं, हर फोरम में गए हैं। हम 25 मरतबा सुप्रीम हाई कोर्ट चले गए, और अभी आज के जिस वक्त मैं गया मैंने बोला भी है, तो 19 मरतबा हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए। और एवरी टाइम जब हम जाते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट को तो हम उनको ये कह रहे हैं कि आइन कानून के मुताबिक ये हमारा राइट है, SOP के मुताबिक हमारा राइट है। हम कोई गुरेला फोर्स तो नहीं है कि बाहर निकल के आए, आओ जी खान साहब को उठाएं और हॉस्पिटल चले जाएं, बल्कि हम कहते हैं नहीं, अदालत ऑर्डर करे और अदालत का जो प्रोसीजर है वो ड्यू प्रोसेस ऑफ लॉ फॉलो हो, और इस तरीके से हम आगे बढ़े। तो वकला से जो लोगों की तवक्कुआत है बजा है, और वकला अपना काम कर रहे हैं, एप्लीकेशन फाइल की हुई हैं। अब ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे मुनसर है, और मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट से इस्तदा करूंगा कि ये आपकी ऑर्डर की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बड़ा ज़रूरी है। आज़ाद अदलिया का होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है, लेकिन जो भी अदलिया इस वक्त मौजूद है, अपना ऑर्डर इम्प्लीमेंट करना सुप्रीम कोर्ट की आईनी जिम्मेदारी है। मुझे उम्मीद है सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करवाएगी इंशाल्लाह।
ये आप समझते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो है वो जो उन्होंने ऑर्डर दिया था, और आपको उसके ऊपर कोई एतराज़ तो नहीं है, या आपको कोई अभी कोई सवाल हो या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के हवाले से जजेस?
नहीं, हम ये कहते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो आपने ऑर्डर किया उस ऑर्डर को इम्प्लीमेंट करो। ऑर्डर सिंपल है, खान साहब को हॉस्पिटल ले जाए, उसके टेस्ट और इलाज के लिए फलाना हॉस्पिटल ले जाए, एक बोर्ड बने, उसमें डॉक्टर हो, डॉक्टर तजवीज़ करे इलाज, और डॉक्टरों के मुताबिक आगे बढ़े। दैट्स ऑल।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
All right, so that was an exclusive conversation with the closest aide of Imran Khan. Now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Rahul Gandhi's remarks on women's autonomy and the Manusmriti at his Chhatron Ki Gunj event in Pune have triggered a fresh political battle. Now the leader of opposition has accused the BJP and RSS of promoting a mindset that suppresses women, drawing a sharp response from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who accused Rahul Gandhi of insulting India's traditions and urged him to read the Veds. And now the BJP has also questioned Congress's position on Vande Mataram and women's reservation, while social media users have raised questions over Rahul Gandhi's approach to religious practices and women's rights. Now the controversy has now expanded into a larger debate over patriarchy, religion and political consistency.
In childhood, a female belongs to her father. In youth, she belongs to her husband. When her Lord is dead, she belongs to her sons. A woman must never be independent. This is a direct quote from the Manusmriti. And these words are a shame, because these words should never ever have been spoken.
All right, now there are many reactions coming in from the BJP. That is, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also slammed Rahul Gandhi, and also a reaction from Smriti Irani and other BJP leaders. Let's listen in.
राहुल जी कहते हैं बेटियों को भड़काने का काम कर रहे हैं, कहते हैं मनुस्मृति से बाहर निकलिए। भाई, भारत की परंपरा तो ऐसी है, आप माने या ना माने कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, लेकिन गलत तथ्यों से अवगत तो मत कराइए। आपको मनुस्मृति को मानना है मानिए, नहीं मानना है मत मानिए, लेकिन मनुस्मृति की अच्छाइयों को भी बताइए और बुराइयों को भी बताइए, बहस करिए इस पर। अथर्ववेद जिसकी चर्चा करता हो, सतपथ ब्राह्मण में जिसकी चर्चा हुई हो, महाभारत जिसके बारे में चर्चा करता और मत्स्य पुराण जिसकी महिमा का गान करता हो, उस मनु को आप अपमानित क्यों करना चाहते हैं? आप माने ना माने, कभी हमने नहीं कहा। आप तो राम की विरासत को भी अपमानित करते हैं, आपकी पार्टी ने तो कह दिया था कि राम हुए ही नहीं, लेकिन आज अयोध्या में कल भी आचरण आपकी पार्टी का और आपके नेताओं का आचरण देश ने देखा है, दुनिया ने देखा है। आप माने ना माने, लेकिन याद रखना, आज भी हर सनातनी जिस काल गणना को मानता है, वह काल गणना किसी और ने नहीं दी है। राहुल जी, वह काल गणना मनु ने दी है, और वह काल गणना है जब पलक झपकता है उसको निमेष कहते हैं। हमारे यहां काल गणना पलक झपकने को निमेष कहते हैं। 25 निमेष का एक काष्ठा होता है और एक 30 काष्ठा का एक कला, 30 कला का एक मुहूर्त और 30 मुहूर्त का एक अहोरात्र। अहोरात्र का मतलब एक पूरी रात और दिन मिलाकर के एक अहोरात्र होता है। 15 दिन यानी एक 15 अहोरात्र का एक पक्ष होता है और 2 पक्ष का यानी कृष्ण पक्ष और शुक्ल पक्ष, हर महीने में 2 पक्ष चलते हैं, तो 2 पक्ष का एक माह होता है। 6 माह का एक अयन होता है और 2 अयन का एक वर्ष होता है। याद रखना, मकर संक्रांति का आयोजन जब हम करते हैं, भगवान सूर्य जब उत्तरायण में आते हैं तो मकर संक्रांति आती है। हम लोग नदियों में स्नान करते हैं, प्रयागराज में माघ का मेला लगता है। हम लोग जाते हैं, संगम में स्नान करते हैं, और भीष्म पितामह ने तो उत्तरायण आने के लिए अपने शरीर को सरसैया में वेदना में झेलते रहे, लेकिन उत्तरायण आने के बाद ही अपने प्राणों को छोड़ा था। ये 2 अयन का एक वर्ष होता है, और याद रखना, इससे बड़ी काल गणना दुनिया में नहीं। 43,32,000 वर्ष का एक महायुग हमने माना है, एक पर्याय माना है। 31 पर्याय को एक मनवंतर के रूप में माना है और 14 मनवंतर को एक कल्प के रूप में माना है। यह भारत का काल गणना है और ये किसी और ने नहीं। राहुल जी, ये आपके नाना ने नहीं दिया है, पर नाना ने नहीं दिया है, आपकी दादी ने नहीं दिया है, ये दिया है मनु ने दिया है, ये मनु ने दिया है, और जिसको आज भी हर सनातनी जिसका पालन करते अपने पर्व और त्योहारों को मानता है।
चूंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक अहम नेता ने महिलाओं और महिलाओं के नेतृत्व के समर्थन की बात की है, मैं उनसे कहना चाहती हूँ विनम्रता पूर्वक, कृपया प्रधानमंत्री जी की इस मुहिम को कि देश की महिलाओं को संसद में नेतृत्व करने के लिए 33% आरक्षण का बिल त्वरित रूप से लागू हो, इस प्रयास में प्रधानमंत्री जी का सहयोग करें। मैं उस अहम नेता को एक और निवेदन करती हूँ, वंदे मातरम में भी जिन पंक्तियों को कांग्रेस मुख्यालय में रोका गया, उन पंक्तियों में मां दुर्गा का उल्लेख है। जिस दुर्गा स्वरूपा को हम शक्ति के केंद्र की दृष्टि से उपासना करते हैं, उस दुर्गा मां का जय घोष, वंदे मातरम का पूरा मंचन, पूरा गायन कांग्रेस मुख्यालय में हो।
राहुल गांधी को कुछ नहीं मालूम मनुस्मृति क्या है। अरे मनुस्मृति उसको केवल हिंदू महिलाओं का, हिंदू समाज पर, सनातन पर अटैक करता है, उस व्यक्ति को ये नहीं मालूम मुस्लिम महिलाओं के साथ क्या होता है। हलाला, 3 तलाक, वो क्या करता है वो आदमी, 4 शादियां कर सकता है। सबसे पीड़ित इस देश में मुस्लिम महिलाएं हैं और उस पर यह राहुल गांधी कुछ नहीं बोलेगा, क्योंकि इसकी पार्टी जो है वो दूसरी मुस्लिम लीग बन गई है।
All right, let's move on to the top story that we are tracking, and this is about the controversial New York mayor, the controversial mayor of New York City, that is Zohran Mamdani, who has said that he does not support the upcoming planned event at Madison Square Garden, as usual, where Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh Sarsanchalak, that is Chief Mohan Bhagwat, is scheduled to address members of the Indian diaspora on August 29th. Now, he said that the city may, however, not have the jurisdiction, so he's quite upset because of that to cancel the private event scheduled for the August 29th event. RSS Chief Bhagwat arrived in the US earlier in the day as part of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh's centenary year global outreach program. And during his stay in New York, he would participate in the Universal Oneness program and address a gathering of around 5,000 people at the iconic Madison Square Garden on Saturday. And this is yet again the controversial mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, opposing an RSS event. He also had earlier opposed the Ram Mandir.
You know, I also stand here as the first Indian American mayor in our city's history. And my mother's family is all still in India. And the vision of India that I was taught by my family, and the one that I grew up being very familiar with, was of a pluralistic society, of a secular republic that believed in the belonging of each and every person who was from India. And it has been incredibly troubling to see the rise of a movement that is predicated on an exclusionary vision of any country, frankly. And so it is one that I find myself in deep opposition to, not only as an Indian American, but also as the mayor of a city that believes deeply in the belonging of each and every person, no matter their color, their creed, their religion, their faith, wherever they're from.
Should the rally be canceled, though, at MSG this weekend?
I don't support the rally, but I don't know if the city has any jurisdiction on canceling a private event.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, government fire truck being used to wash BJP MLA Ram Nivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence, raising serious questions over government resources misuse.
रंग 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 रंगीन रंग रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे देखो कैसे भी हो दिन रंग 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 बना रहे रंग 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 रंगीन रे रंग 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 बना रहे वो जो पेंट्स रंग बना रहे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
ايش عملتي يا حبيبتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
رموا 4 صواريخ، وهذا الدمار كله بسبب الصواريخ هذول.
ايش صار في النازحين والخيم؟
النازحين وممتلكات، هي ممتلكات وهانا ونازحين للاسف كلهم تدمروا. للاسف الحين هم بلا مأوى. هم هالوقت بلا مكان يروحوا يقعدوا له. هم الحين بفكروا كيف يستقروا، كيف يروحوا لمكان آمن ثاني، او كيف يستقروا في هذا المكان. بدنا نعيش بامان، بدنا نعيش بحياتنا. بدنا نحس هاي بيت شايفين كيف؟ هاي هذا البيت تدمر واحنا واقفين وبنتكلم بسبب القصف اللي كان قبل شويه.
بنت طفل بتاكل يجيها طلق في ظهرها يقتلها، طلق يجيها في ظهرها يقتلها على المطرح ماتت البنت. بنت صغيرة 10 سنين عمرها، ما عملتش ولا حاجة.
Well, it is coming up next. Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level.
Welcome, you're watching Republic. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj. Rahul Gandhi has said that we need to smash the patriarchy. BJP questions Congress's own agenda and the past in the last few years. Their own needs to walk the talk. That's what the bigger message by the BJP is. We'll decode it for you more, but first, let's take a look at the headlines.
We had sent in a lot of loitering missions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered an attack on either of them. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS Chauhan clarifies that unless the Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. Government fire truck being used to wash BJP MLA Ramnivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence, raising serious questions over government resources, misuse and VVIP mindset. Flash flood sweep through Nepal's Rusawa, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. The biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. Trouble seems to be mounting for Nepal as another flood warning has been issued for Nepal. And now, reacting to the same, Nepal Prime Minister Balendra Shah has called a meeting of the National Council for Disaster Risk Reduction and Management regarding the flood that occurred in Rasuwa this morning. In the meeting held recently at the office of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers in Singadarbar, a briefing was given on the details of the damage caused by the flood so far. And the Prime Minister has instructed all stakeholders on the next steps. Balendra Shah has also requested everyone to work in the rescue, search and relief of the affected citizens in the flood-affected areas from their respective places at this time of disaster. Remember, Nepal is fighting severe floods in several parts, and now, as per the authorities, there is also alert for another flood that can come in just after the disaster that was witnessed. 5 districts are on high alert. Nepal Army has launched rescue operations, and on war front, this rescue operation is undergoing as every minute is important. Downstream areas have been evacuated and damage assessment is underway, and this is a key meeting by Nepal Prime Minister Balendra Shah, who has instructed that all rescue efforts should be taken care of and assistance should be given to all people included. And as rescue operations continue, Nepal Army is assisting and providing relief to the people who are distressed after the flash floods, the sudden downpour that happened, massive floods that hit Nepal, after which now the army is involved. You can see army choppers are deployed in the affected areas where army is trying to give more assistance and providing relief aid to the people living there. Several people have been evacuated from the low-lying areas, and Nepal is currently on high alert as 5 districts are witnessing the damage and the impact of these severe floods. And these are the visuals of the Army's rescue operation that is underway in several parts which are affected. 5 districts, as I said, are on big alert as the flood situation is being monitored by Nepali Prime Minister Balendra Shah as well. Helicopters have been deployed for relief and rescue operations, and several of the other forces in the country are also on standby to assist anybody who is out there stuck in these floods. The flash floods have hit Rasuwa, damaged hydropower project and markets. A flash flood had swept through the Timuri and other areas of Rasuwa, where damaged markets, and we also had drone visuals of the severe impact that has been witnessed by the 5 districts which are on high alert as well. Now, the situation in Nepal is grim as Nepal is fighting these flash floods, hydropower projects, network areas. Severely communication has been impacted in the region. Flash flood had swept through the areas where, after which several of the communication process was also damaged, and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. The Rasuwa District Administration Office said it had received reports of a sudden surge in the Bhotkoshi River, which enters Nepal from Tibet. The administration warned that the surge could raise water levels in the Trishuli River and increase the risk of flooding downstream. It also urged people fishing or working in the Trishuli to move away from the river immediately, and asked those living along its banks as well as hydropower projects and other infrastructure near the river to take precautions and make necessary preparedness. Now, you can see the damage and the impact of these flash floods on your screens are the visuals describing the severe impact and how people have been impacted. So far, there is no current number that has come out, but several people are believed to be shifted from the low-lying areas to safer regions as army and other forces of Nepal remain in rescue and relief operations. You can see these are the visuals of the aftermath of that flash flood, how the debris, the mud is all over the villages which were impacted during this flash flood. And now Nepal Prime Minister taking note and also chairing meetings to warn of further impact. But the trouble is not over yet. Chinese satellites have also alerted that this is what can happen again, and another flash flood warning has been issued in the area. This is the river that was on high current, after which the flood happened, and impact has been witnessed across 5 districts. You can see how, due to the breaking of a glacier, the water level in the river had increased, and after which at least 5 districts have witnessed the impact of the... We also have one guest joining us, Rishi Gupta, South Asia expert, for more on this. Rishi Gupta, thank you so much for joining us. Do tell us about the region first. Many do not know, is Rasuwa a very low-lying area or a high area? What are the chances of this flash flood impact?
Thank you so much for having me. And I think this is just not, first of all, this is very devastating, a very bad news, I would say, coming from Nepal. Nepal is always prone to earthquakes, flash floods, and the geography is such that it keeps happening. So I would say what's happening today may be a routine flood scenario, but at the same time, it's not so usual in a sense that the flash floods from that angle are pretty critical. Secondly, I think as we see, Nepal-China border itself is very, Himalayan, and a lot of water flows through, fresh water flows through a lot of these terrains. So in that sense, I would say it's a very critical situation for Nepal right now. And I think what makes it even more grimmer in many ways is that the preparation in that section have not been that strong. And that's how you see a lot of events being cancelled, where a lot of officials have been been assigned to go there and just look at what's happening in the section. Yeah.
You say the preparations weren't there, but what kind of preparations should be there for certain regions like these? Many in India are also on high alert. But what should be the correct preparedness by any authority or the people living there in such regions?
I mean, first of all, look, in such scenarios and such crises, Air Force is the only option that you have to reach on the ground in the swift way possible. I think Nepal does not have Air Force. It doesn't require in many ways, but at the same time, it does. The Nepal Army has its own helicopters, but from that angle, it may not be sufficient. I think what resolution can be provided right now is from the Chinese side, from the Indian side. Obviously, Tibetan region is, very much involved. So from that angle, if we see, I think India has always launched Operation Maitri, and I think such help can be provided. At the same time, Nepal, this has been a long debate. I don't think this is the right time to debate about what kind of help is required or what kind of system that should be in place. But I think for the longest, I would say from 2015 onwards, when the earthquake took place in the Gorkha region of Nepal, that request has been always there. That
Right, Rishi, just stay with us. We also have breaking news coming in at this. 105 Indian tourists are reportedly missing in Nepal floods. Big breaking news coming in as far as Indian tourists that are to be concerned. At least 105 tourists are reportedly missing after flash floods in Nepal. This is coming from the authorities. Nepal Tourism Board has just now updated the numbers, and as per them, at least 105 Indian nationals are reportedly missing in these floods. 12 are also from United Kingdom, 4 are from South Africa, 17 from Malaysia, and 105 from India. The number is alarming, and remember, Nepal is the favorite tourist place for Indians, and that's how the number is triggering and important. Let me go back to Rishi also. Rishi, once many Indians go to Nepal, it's easier to travel to Nepal. That's why this is one of the prime destination of most favored destination of many Indians. But, at times like this, how do the tourists also be careful, keeping the weather in mind, keeping the scenario like something like that can happen? How do we need to plan better? Rishi, your audio cannot be properly communicated. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yeah. So, very good question. And I would say for Indians, it becomes very easy because of the open border.
Yes.
At the same time, the problem is often we go to, say, a Western country or, say, somewhere in the West, we do take care of the weather, season, and monsoon. But when it comes to Nepal, we think that it's easier for us to travel, and we know the region. But I think regions like that are always prone to monsoons or the monsoon risks, and also in every weather. I think that's a terrain is such that you cannot avoid such risks. So I think what best way for Indian tourists is always reach out to the embassy while they are traveling to Nepal, and also register themselves so their security guarantees can be provided in case of a crisis anywhere in Nepal. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rishi, for giving us your perspective. And it is alarming. 105 Indian tourists are reportedly missing in Nepal flash floods. We will continue to track all the updates. Thank you so much, Rishi, for those expert opinions. We also are cautioning everyone to be out there, to be safe, and reach out to your loved ones. Moving on now. Canada-US trade tensions have sharply escalated after Washington imposed 50% tariffs on about $27.6 billion of Canadian goods following the collapse of trade talks. Ottawa has responded with 15 to 50% retaliatory tariffs on roughly $27.6 billion of US products, effective September 8. Targeting sectors such as steel, dairy, appliances, and agricultural equipment, and more. Take a look at this tit-for-tat diplomatic regions.
And I have a lot of real estate on, so he has a lot of room because. So.
United States President Donald Trump has imposed new 50% tariffs on several Canadian goods after the trade deal between Canada and the United States failed. Right after the president imposed tariffs on Canada, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney imposed counter tariffs on the United States. He was backed strongly by Ford, whose province is on the front line of Trump's tariffs, as Canada's auto and steel manufacturing heartland.
I have a lot of real estate on, so he has a lot of room because. So under a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump, as I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs. Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, foods are more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber. So I'm not going to take lessons off President Trump. He's the last guy that I would take any lessons off. And it's about Team Canada. We'll see how this goes, but he wants to put pain on Canadians. We'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking. You know, I'm just not going to take the bait. This guy's a loser. He's going to be a loser. And simple as that. We're going to fight with everything we have. And you know something? I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body. So there you go.
This is the most successful automotive partnership in history. It's existed for all my life for 60 years. And the president is doing... Look, when the Americans go to the negotiation table first with the right attitude towards our industries and a true partnership, of course we'll come to the negotiating table. Let's be clear. There is an existing arrangement between our countries and Mexico that works. It can be improved. There's ways to improve it, and we will work to improve it in ways that are to the benefit of Canadians, but also to the benefit of Americans and the people of Mexico. But an attitude at the negotiation table that Canada is a subsidiary of the United States, the Canadian industry is going to be disadvantaged relative to American industry, that we're going to set up terms so that over time Canadian industry is going to face constant headwinds. That's not something we're going to accept.
Donald Trump's new 50% tariffs have started impacting business in Canada, including higher production costs and increased prices for raw materials.
There was another client that was building a medical facility that we were building the receptionist desk for, but they're putting off their build out because they need drywall, they need sheet goods, they need 2x4s, and we needed materials to build the cabinetry and desk in there. And with a 50% tariff, all those costs have skyrocketed, and just that one project just cost our family thousands of dollars in profit. And which impacts the ability for us to put food on the table for our family, but also impacts the ability for us to give back to our community.
The tariff war between the United States and Canada has started affecting the income of business owners in both Canada and the United States. The question that remains is, will the tariff war end, or will it continue?
Now, in a a big boost for homegrown defense manufacturing, HAL has partnered with Safran Helicopter Engine to manufacture the next generation helicopter engine called Aravali. Bringing the latest on this, we have Dipanshu joining us from the newsroom.
Thank you so much, Aditi. And as you rightly mentioned, this is a joint venture between Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and Safran Helicopter Engines to make a joint venture which is named at Safal. Now, this Safal will be responsible for development and production of the engines, next-gen helicopter engines of India, which is Aravali. This Aravali is a turbo shaft engine of 3,500 to 4,000 shaft horsepower class and will be inducted and has been selected for the India's next generation helicopters, which is 13-ton Indian multi-role helicopters and its naval variant, which is deck-based multi-role helicopters. This indigenization of engine will give a boost to Atmanirbhar Bharat and self-reliant India towards defense manufacturing as well. It is also expected that it will boost India's MRO capabilities, which is maintenance, repair and overhaul. Over to you, Aditi.
Thank you so much, Dipanshu, for those details. Good news for India as well. Breaking news coming in, more and more details of Nepal flash flood, and this is caught on camera, the panic that transpired during the flash floods that happened in Nepal. You can see the impact, the raw impact of the flash floods on your screens now. This is a CCTV footage recording of the moment the flash flood hit and how on the India-Nepal border, I beg your pardon, on the India-Nepal border, the impact was witnessed, China-Nepal border, the impact was severely witnessed and caught on CCTV camera. You can see how several cars were swept away in the impact of this flash flood, and you can see bridges were swept away. The connectivity has been hampered in the area. 5 districts are on high alert, with more and more districts also coming in to the alert mode as well. You can see how the flash flood was caught on camera at the China-Nepal border. More visuals coming in of the same. And this is the moment in the morning when the flash flood struck, impacting several areas of Nepal, and several areas in India are also on high alert, with 105 Indian tourists are currently missing. Nepal Prime Minister Balendra Shah has chaired a meeting regarding the safety, rescue and operations that are underway in Nepal. The situation currently is that focus is on rescue operations that are underway in the area. This is the Tibet-Nepal border that the visual is coming from. And you can see how people were running helter-skelter to the safer locations but could not reach to a safe location in time. And the flash flood had swept away many humans. The lives are in danger, but the rescue operation is underway. The Nepal authorities are on full high alert and working towards rescuing more and more individuals trapped in these flash floods. You can see how people, when they got the hint of the flash flood, they were trying to run to a safer passage, a safe location, but on camera you can see the aftermath and scary visuals of those who were just not able to reach to that location, and several buildings have been damaged. Communication has been lost in several parts of Nepal where flash floods struck, and buildings have collapsed, cars have been swept away, people are missing. 105 Indian nationals are also missing who were in Nepal at this time for holidays, for vacations. They are also reportedly missing now. The numbers are startling as the Nepal authorities continue to work towards safer management of the people who have been impacted. But the government has also issued warning for other areas to remain on high alert, whereas the situation is also being monitored in India as well. You can see several river banks were submerged after the intensity of the flash floods was recorded to be severely high. And Rasuwa is one location where it is the most devastating, and the flash floods has made the highest impact. This is also the visual of Rasuwa, where a sudden surge in water flow was witnessed after the glacier and the barrage that could not handle the water pressure broke, after which several rivers swelled, the banks were submerged, and people in the low-lying area were hurriedly shifted to safer locations. But so far, the authorities are still carrying out rescue and relief operations and asking people to stay put wherever they are and not venture out. Trucks, you can see how they were swept away. The debris is all over the place. In 5 districts is where the most impact is visible, and the flash floods are still being, the damage is being assessed, and the rescue operation is still underway. Slipping into a very short break, but right after the break, we will tell you what big Operation Sindoor revelation has been done by former CDS General Anil Chauhan. He has confirmed India hit Kirana Hills. We'll tell you lots more after the break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
ايش عملتي يا حبيبتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
رموا 4 صواريخ، وهذا الدمار كله بسبب الصواريخ هذول.
ايش صار في النازحين والخيم؟
النازحين وممتلكات، هي ممتلكات وهانة ونازحين للأسف كلهم اتدمروا. للأسف الحين هم بلا مأوى. هم هالوقت بلا مكان يروحوا يقعدوا له. هم الحين بفكروا كيف يستقروا، كيف يروحوا لمكان آمن ثاني، أو كيف يستقروا في هذا المكان. بدنا نعيش بأمان، بدنا نعيش بحياتنا، بدنا نحس. هاي بيت، شايفين كيف؟ هاي هذا البيت تدمر واحنا واقفين وبنتكلم بسبب القصف اللي كان قبل شويه.
بنت طفل بتاكل، يجيها طلق في ظهرها يقتلها.
Right after the break, we will tell you what's happening in the VVIP mindset case from Madhya Pradesh, where a fire brigade truck was used to wash BJP MLA's car.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher. And the International Monetary Fund is forecasting that Iran's economy could shrink by more than 5%. Imagine what means for an ordinary family. Every trip to the market costs more. Every saving loses value, and the national currency continues to slide. In Tehran, people are reportedly lining up to buy US dollars, desperately trying to protect whatever savings they have left. One 73-year-old Iranian summed up the public mood bluntly. There is no hope for a deal and a peace. And now comes the next blow. The Trump administration is preparing another sanctions package, including possible secondary sanctions against countries that continue doing business with Iran. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has argued that the pressure campaign has pushed the Iranian economy into unprecedented distress. And there is another major development. The United Arab Emirates, traditionally one of Iran's biggest trading partners and a major source of imports, has
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We had sent in a lot of loiter ammunitions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loiter ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former CDS General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, a prime nuclear hub in Pakistan. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani opposes the upcoming event at Madison Square Garden chaired by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered an attack on Sargodha. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS Chauhan clarifies, unless Mecca Pact explicitly states it's not against India, it must be assumed that it's against India. Government fire truck being used to wash BJP MLA Ram Nivas Shah's private vehicle at his residence, raising serious questions over government resources misuse. Flash flood sweeps through Nepal's Rasuva, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. 105 Indian tourists are missing. And the biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail, Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Riddhim. Our top focus story on the Nepal floods. At least 105 Indian tourists are among 291 foreign nationals who are reportedly missing after the flash flood hit Nepal's Rasuva area, as per Nepal Tourism Board. The pictures on the screen show the flash flood. According viewers to the preliminary details provided by tourism entrepreneurs, those unaccounted for include 105 Indian nationals, 12 from the United Kingdom, 4 from South Africa, 17 from Malaysia, and 3 from US. 1 each from Australia and Netherlands have also been reportedly unaccounted for. These are deadly flash floods. The visuals can be seen on the screen. And as breaking news coming in, viewers, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, has expressed concern over severe flooding in Nepal's Bhotekoshi River. He's prayed to Lord Pashupati for everyone's safety. He's also warning of a possible rise in the Gantak Narayani River levels in Maharganj and Kushinagar. He's directed local administration to stay fully alert and make all preparations. Listen in. And this is the big story coming in on the Nepal floods, where we've just seen the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, try and make all the necessary arrangements and express concern over the Nepal floods. The Indian authorities also trying to ensure that in these floods, all the people who are unaccounted for, including 105 Indians, are rescued. I also want to tell our viewers, these are massive flash floods that hit Nepal. The rescue operations are on. Viewers, a big revelation has been made by former CDS Anil Chauhan on the inside details of Operation Sindoor. Speaking at Vimarsh, the event on Operation Sindoor and its aftermath at the Vivekananda International Foundation, Chauhan made astonishing revelations and said Indian loitering missions were sent to search for radars around Sargodha. He shared key insights on Operation Sindoor, India's military strategy, the decisions that shaped the operation, from revealing what Prime Minister Modi told CDS before the operations to explaining its 3 phases, India's preparedness and exit strategy. Chauhan details why India gained the upper hand. He discusses Pakistan's response, its difficulties in looking at the damages, and the key lessons that it withdrew from Operation Sindoor.
There was a small episode about what I think Air Marshal Bharti was asked, that Kirana Hills episode, I think I'll clarify this. At occasions, it's been asked whether Kirana Hills were hit or not. That's where their nuclear facilities are there. And with Bharti had rightly clarified that we did not target Kirana Hills. I can maybe give kind of an explanation. Before those strikes, we had sent in a lot of loiter ammunitions at Sargodha. And Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loiter ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha. And it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit one of those hills. So that could be one of the reasons as to what people asked. Yes, because Pakistani media also showed some kind of images in which there was smoke coming out from Kirana Hills, and they were asking. Next is a new normal. You heard about this new normal, which the Prime Minister has said that there'll be talks and terror will not go together, blood and water will not flow together, will not tolerate cross-border terrorism, and will make no distinction between perpetrators and their handlers, and then will not be blackmailed or by nuclear blackmail.
And viewers, this is the big news coming in. India hit Kirana Hills. Major General Sudhakar ji is going to be joining me, strategic affairs and defense expert. But I want to tell you exactly what it means when we say that India hit Kirana Hills. It means this was one of the big setbacks that was given to Pakistan. He says, Anil Chauhan, CDS of that time had said, Kirana is where their nuclear facilities were. General Chauhan says loitering missions were seen to search for radars around Sargodha. Kirana itself says it must have come and hit one of those hills, he says. So very, very clearly, before those strikes, there was loitering missions at Sargodha that were seen. Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha, he says. Let me go across to my defense expert, Major General Sudhakar ji, strategic affairs and defense expert who's joining us. Namaste, sir. The big question today, which we are asking, the former CDS now says the script says there were development proven early, Chinese involvement in Pakistan nukes was there. What evidence is clearly showing that Chinese involvement was also there in this?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking me for your show. My take on the whole issue is it must be understood by the common public that there are some exchange of information about the sensitive installations that take place between India and Pakistan. This is with regard to the nuclear installations and the civilian nuclear facility as also the military ones. To the best of my research and study, Kirana Hill does not exist as a declared nuclear site as submitted by Pakistan. So if a stray loiter ammunition has gone and hit, what difference does it make? I think the Chief of Defence Staff, the former Chief of Defence Staff, he is entitled, reserved to make a statement on that issue. I think that's a very well-deserved answer. Now, coming to the central point of the question which you have asked, yes, it is quite possible. Rather, I would say that Chinese hand is very much was there. It is very much there now, even now. But it is important to understand what was existing in Kirana Hill. That is very, very important. They have had clandestine activities in 83. Pakistan has had clandestine and undeclared activities in 90s. And subsequently, they have had the cold testing process. That's a very unique and special kind of a test which is conducted under GAVs. So therefore, Pakistan has been carrying out very sensitive and undeclared tests close to Sargodha. And so therefore, even if a stray loiter ammunition has gone and hit, I think there is no harm. So I hope that answers your question, unless you have anything more specific to ask.
So the larger question that I also want to ask you then is, the former CDS, like you were mentioning, has also said India sent loitering missions around Sargodha. You were speaking about it. They were searching for radars. What does this also tell us about the intelligence that India had before the strikes, sir?
Well, being a retired veteran of a military man, I'll go by the official version which has come out till now. And we had a very senior Air Force officer Air Marshal Bharti who gave the statement. We never targeted Kirana. And if at all something has gone and hit, well, it is the explanation is given best by the former CDS. But having said that, let me also demystify or mystify a lot of hearsay which went up the air from Pakistan side. They showed a missile having gone and hit the mouth of a tunnel, and the fumes and the smoke which was emanating, and subsequently from the radar. You see, the fact remains, whether it is a missile or stray loiter ammunition, Kirana Hills has been hit inadvertently or advertently. I wish government of India had openly stated and made a remark that yes, we have hit it because that was under our scanner and target. But that is not true. The truth has been given out by the public servant who was in the uniform, and further been amplified and clarified by the former CDS, General Anil Chauhan. But in addition to that, all I would say is that Pakistan would have done better by having declared this particular site in the formal declaration, which takes place, to the best of my memory, sometime once in a year, maybe February or March. And there is no point hiding such things from the neighbor. If they keep hiding, if they retain the authority to hide, then the neighbor, in case of adverse situation, retains the authority to, send unaccountable loiter ammunition going and hitting the tunnel. So this kind of game cannot go. It's not a cat and mouse kind of a game here. It's a very sensitive thing that they're dealing with. It will do good to Pakistan to come out in the open rather than helping them to create a situation to call the nuclear bluff. It is always better that Pakistan comes out on board and declares every such hidden kind of sensitive installations with India, so that next time a mishap of this nature, maybe inadvertently, does not take place. That is what is the matter.
Absolutely.
Which is important. Otherwise, it may create a mayhem. And if you remember, after the Kirana Hill was hit, Pakistan was absolutely in a melee, and there was an evacuation of large number of Pakistanis from the surrounding areas.
Yes.
And we are witness to the consignment of boron coming from all the way from Nile River.
Yes.
And one flight after another. So it's a very dangerous situation. It will not only put the people of Pakistan in serious danger, but also India, by virtue of being the easterly kind of a location, we also are vulnerable to get the western winds coming from Pakistan side. So both the countries would do well to put measures in place so that these kind of accidents are prevented.
And Major General Sudhakar ji, as I thank you for being with us, the big question also, Kirana Hills now tells us about India's military capabilities and the message India wanted to send to Pakistan. I thank you for being with us and giving us and enlightening us with that perspective. There is more breaking news coming in. We shift back focus to the Nepal floods, where at least, viewers, 105 Indian tourists are among the 291 foreign nationals reported missing after flash floods hit Nepal's Rasuwa area, as per the Nepal Tourism Board. We're showing you pictures. The cause of the flash floods remains unclear. The Nepal's flood forecasting division said it's unlikely to have been caused by heavy rain in Rasuwa. The satellite imagery shows the significant rainfall on the Tibetan side. And we've also had the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath speak about how the borders are on high alert. Let me go across to my guest joining me on the story, Gajendra Budatkhoki, Nepal journalist who's joining us. गजेंद्र जी, मैं सिचुएशन ग्राउंड की आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ. कम से कम 400 लोग यहाँ पे मिसिंग हैं, 16 डेथ्स हो चुकी हैं, मैसिव फ्लैश फ्लड्स नेपाल में हुई हैं, रसूवा एरिया में. कुछ बताइए हमें कि वहाँ पे ये डिजास्टर कैसे हुआ और अभी क्या वहाँ पे राइट नाउ क्या हो रहा है?
ये आपने जितना भी संख्या बताया है उतना ही मिसिंग नहीं है. किसी एमपी ने आज मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट में पार्लियामेंट में क्या बताया था कि तकरीबन 6 से 8 हजार लोग अभी मिसिंग हैं और इनमें से बहुत सारे जो आपने संख्या बताए वो सिर्फ फॉरेन 384 ये टूरिस्ट थे और उनमें से 100 से 105 आपने 105 बताया, उससे ज्यादा एनआरआई भी थे, 37 एनआरआई भी थे। उनके साइड संख्या जो बता दे तो तकरीबन ये हो जाता है 140 से आसपास में आसपास के इंडियन और एनआरआई इसमें मिसिंग है। ये 2015 का जो नेपाल का जो अर्थक्वेक था, अर्थक्वेक के बाद में सबसे बड़ा प्राकृतिक प्रकोप है, नेचुरल डिजास्टर है। 6 से 7 जो सिटीज है, इस्टेब्लिश सिटीज है, वो सिटीज टोटली डिवास्ट हो गए हैं। तकरीबन 3000 से 4000 फैमिली डिस्प्लेस हो गए हैं और अभी तक नेपाल गवर्नमेंट ने कोई फॉर्मल इंफॉर्मेशन वो भी कलेक्ट कर रहा है, चूंकि 44 जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल्स है वो भी इनमें से मिसिंग है। इसीलिए नेपाल गवर्नमेंट भी अभी प्रिलिमिनरी एस्टिमेट्स में ही भर पड़ रही है। ये नेपाल के लिए इस 2015 की जो अर्थक्वेक थी उससे ज्यादा, उससे बड़ी कहूंगा मैं, क्योंकि इसका एक ही इम्पैक्ट नहीं होगा, इससे फूड सिक्योरिटी का भी इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। तकरीबन 2 खरब आपका जो इंडियन कैलकुलेशन के विधि से बता देता तो 2000 करोड़, उससे ज्यादा हो जाएगा। 2 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा की भौतिक क्षति हुई है। 2 बिगेस्ट ब्रिजेस ढह गई है, उसमें से बहुत सारे गांवों का, बहुत सारे सिटीज का संपर्क टूट गई है। मेन हाईवे में अभी नेपाल गवर्नमेंट ने जो पृथ्वी हाईवे बोलते हैं उसमें इसी वजह से अभी व्हीकल्स का आवागमन रोक दिया गया है। नेपाल गवर्नमेंट तदारुकता के साथ अभी रेस्क्यू में जुटी हुई है और अभी तक की अपडेट यही है।
और ये बहुत ही, मैं चाहूंगी गजेंद्र जी आप हमारे साथ रहें। व्यूअर्स, these are terrifying scenes that are coming from Rasuwa Gandhi. There are devastating flash floods that we are seeing on the screen. He's correctly telling us, Gajendra ji, the Nepali journalist who's now joining us live on the story, that the numbers could be much more than we are seeing. We're only talking about the tourist numbers. The scale and the force of the flood is clearly terrifying, as we can see on the screens. And viewers, this is also very careful to understand where it actually started. So मैं गजेंद्र जी आपसे यही पूछना चाहूँगी, नेपाल के बोटे कोशी टिबेटन साइड एरिया में ये अलर्ट शुरू हुआ था त्रिशूली बेसन पे, बोटे कोशी से त्रिशूली, फिर नारायणी, फिर गंडक और शायद ये बिहार की तरफ भी जा सकता है। अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस अंडर वे हैं, आपने सरकार से बात की है, अभी वो क्या क्या रेस्क्यू रिहैबिलिटेशन की कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
अभी नेपाल के तीनों जो सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज है, नेपाल पुलिस, सशस्त्र पुलिस, आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्स एंड ये जो नेपाल आर्मी, तीनों को यूज किया गया है। और उसके बाद जो भी गवर्नमेंट का इंस्टीट्यूशन है जो भी परिचालन कर सकते हैं, तीनों जिले का जो सीडीओ के मातहत में जो जितने भी गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज है, सारे के सारे इसी रेस्क्यू और पुनर्स्थापना के अभी तो पहला प्रायोरिटी तो रेस्क्यू है। रेस्क्यू के बाद में दे आर कैरिंग टू काठमांडू और नियर बाय द हॉस्पिटल्स फॉर द ट्रीटमेंट। और अभी तक 100 से 36 से ज्यादा को काठमांडू लाया गया है उपचार के लिए और ट्रीटमेंट के लिए, पर इतना ही संख्या नहीं है। बहुत सारी क्षति हुई है। 2 मेजर सिटीज जो बेत्रावती बोलते हैं, जो त्रिशूली रिवर के किनारे में था, वो टोटली डिवास्ट हो गए हैं। उसमें कितने लोग थे, कितने लोग उसमें से मिसिंग है, अभी तक किसी को पता नहीं है। और जो धादिंग के दो और मेजर सिटीज है, वहां भी कोई बड़ी संख्या में हताहती हुई है। ये नेपाल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से अभी जो रेस्क्यू का कार्य चल रहा है, मुझे लगता है शाम तक और या कल तक ही डिटेल आ जाएगी कि कितने लोग मिसिंग है, कितने लोग इसमें से अपने जान गंवा बैठे हैं, कितना क्षति हुआ है। पर ये तो जो 2000 मैंने पिछले बार भी कहा था कि 2015 का जो अर्थक्वेक था, अर्थक्वेक में तो सिर्फ भवनें ढही थी, 10,000 लोग का उनमें जान गई थी। यहाँ तो जान जाने की बात नहीं है, भवनें ढहने की बात नहीं है, ब्रिजेस ढहने की बात नहीं है। जो जो फ्लड आई है उससे सारा खेतों में ये भर गया है, गार्बेजेस भर गया है, उसमें से सारे प्रोडक्शन अब इम्पैक्ट होगा। और इससे नेपाल में ये तीनों जिले में अभी खाद्य संकट का भी, फूड सिक्योरिटी का भी बिगर इशू हो जाएगा। इसलिए नेपाल गवर्नमेंट अभी रेस्क्यू में जुट रही है। हम अपेक्षा करते हैं और हम सारे नेपाली नागरिकों, नेपाल गवर्नमेंट को भी थैंक्स बोलते हैं कि इन्होंने जो तदारुकता के साथ जो रेस्क्यू में अपना सारा शक्ति को, नेशनल फोर्स को यूज किया है। इसमें
जी, मैं चाहूंगी आप हमारे साथ बने रहें। I also want to say there is more breaking news coming in on the story, viewers. In view of the flood threat in Bihar due to the heavy rainfall in Nepal, Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary over the phone. The Home Minister assured the state government of all possible assistance to deal with the potential crisis. The National Disaster Response Force is being mobilized to deal with any emergency situation. So India is on alert. Just a short while ago, we saw a reaction coming in from Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath. Let me go across to Saurav Yadav. He's joining us from Nepal. सौरभ, हमें बताइए कि क्या हो रहा है। बहुत ही डेविस्टेटिंग, टेरिफाइंग विजुअल्स आ रहे हैं जो फ्लड फ्यूरी हिमालय में, नेपाल में देखी गई है। फ्लड्स ने बहुत सारे विलेजेस ही ड्राउन हो गए हैं।
जी, आपको हम बताएं, नेपाल का अभी अब तक का इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा क्षति होने वाला ये बाढ़ का तबाह है। हम आपको जानकारी दे रहे हैं। ये अब तक 16 जना का डेट हो चुका है नेपाल में, 16 आर डेटेड इन नेपाल। उसके बाद हम आपको जानकारी देंगे भौतिक क्षति 2 खरब से ज्यादा। नेपाल का भौतिक पूर्वाधार मंत्री सुनील लम्साल ने हमको जानकारी दिया है 2 खरब से हाराहारी में से ज्यादा भौतिक क्षति हुआ है नेपाल में। 4 से 31 मेगावाट बिजली आयोजना जो है नेपाल में, जो विभिन्न का ठाम पे जो बिजली आयोजना है 4 से 31 मेगावाट, वो भी पूर्ण रूप में क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुका है। नेपाल के 29 पुल और 40 किलोमीटर सड़क जो नेपाल का राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग का सड़क है, वो सहायक राजमार्ग का सड़क है, वो बाढ़ ने पूर्ण रूप से क्षत विध्वस्त कर दिया है। अब तक 16 जना की भी डेट हो चुका है। हम आपको जानकारी देता है, रसुआ क्षेत्र में 3 से 84 पर्यटक संपर्क विहीन हो चुका है, जो नेपाल के भी है, इंडियन भी है, ऑस्ट्रेलियन है, विभिन्न देश का जो पर्यटक नेपाल आते हैं वो भी संपर्क विहीन हो चुका है। 3 से 84 पर्यटक जो नेपाल आए थे, गोसाईकुंड में गए हुए भी पर्यटक संपर्क विहीन हो चुका है। आज नेपाल की संसद में सरकार ने क्या बोला है? भूकंप के बाद हिम पहिरो गएको प्रारंभिक सूचना छ। यो संसद में नेपाल के तरफ से बोला हुआ है। अब तक का लेटेस्ट अपडेट क्या है? प्रारंभिक जो हम लोग देख रहे हैं, लेटेस्ट अपडेट देख रहे हैं, 2000 आदमी मिसिंग है।
जी बिल्कुल। Saurav, thank you for giving us those details. We'll come back to you, as well as Gajendra, who's also joining us on the top focus story. The big news coming in also, Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to the Bihar Chief Minister to ensure that any potential crisis is managed. Much more after a short break, where we get you more details of the most devastating floods that have been seen in Nepal.
जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
ايش عملتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher, and the International Monetary Fund is forecasting.
Good evening, welcome to Republic. Our top focus story is the devastating floods in Nepal, the worst they have seen. Villages have been submerged. There are townships that are seeing a crisis. Several people have died. It's a top focus story that we're tracking right now. Helpline numbers coming in. India on guard. Our Home Minister also spoken to the Bihar Chief Minister to ensure all assistance. A look at our top headlines.
We had sent in a lot of loitering munitions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Big Operation Sindoor revelations. Former Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force striking Kirana Hills, the prime nuclear hub in Pakistan. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani opposes the upcoming event at Madison Square Garden chaired by RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered an attack on either of them. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former CDS General Chauhan clarifies unless Mecca Pact explicitly states it's not against India, it must be assumed it is against India. Government fire trucks are being used to wash BJP MLA's private vehicle. There are questions being raised on government resources misuse. Our big headline, flash floods sweep through Nepal's Rasuwa, damaging markets and villages, hydropower projects. Authorities warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River, 105 tourist Indians missing. The biggest exclusive on Republic from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. Viewers, Nepal's devastating floods. At least 105 Indian tourists are among the 295 foreign nationals missing after flash floods hit Nepal's Rasuwa area, as Nepal Tourism Board had said this. According to the preliminary details provided by the tourism entrepreneurs, they are unaccounted for 105 Indian nationals, 12 from UK, 4 from South Africa and others. The sudden surge in the Botekoshi River struck the Rasuvagadi Timure area at around 9 a.m. local time. It affected Rasuwa as well as parts of neighbouring Nuvakot and Dhading districts. I want to go across to the reporters who are joining us on the story. We have Saurav and Gajendra joining us from Nepal. Saurav, we are showing you pictures of rescue operations underway. We're also now telling you the Indian government has said there will be help that will be sent right now. The army and the private helicopters are being mobilized in Nepal. Shelter, food and essential services are being prioritized. Villages have been hit there. Emergency numbers are coming out. There's power and telecom that's also hit. The big question here, where did this start? What are you picking up? Rescue और rehabilitation में आपको क्या सरकार अभी क्या कह रही है? उनकी मीटिंग चली है. अभी वो क्या-क्या स्टेप्स लेने वाले हैं?
आपने मुझे पूछा और सौरभ को पूछा?
जी, आपसे मैंने बात की.
जी, मेरा नाम गजेंद्र है. अभी नेपाल गवर्नमेंट ने जो ये 3 जिलाएं हैं, रसुआ, धादिङ, के जो रसुआ, नुवाकोट और धादिङ, ये तीनों जिला को विपद संकटग्रस्त घोषणा कर दिया है और होम मिनिस्टर को सारे अथॉरिटी दे दिया है कि कैबिनेट ने जितने भी सिक्योरिटी मोबिलाइजेशन हो, जितने भी हेलीकॉप्टर्स मोबिलाइजेशन हो, प्राइवेट सेक्टर मोबिलाइजेशन हो, उनको सारा राइट्स दे दिया गया है. आपको अभी स्टैटिस्टिक्स अपडेट करा दूं, अभी तक 88 लोगों को हेलीकॉप्टर से उद्धार किया गया है. उनमें से 13 बहुत सारे जख्मी थे, उनके उपचार के लिए काठमांडू लाया गया है. 79 टोटल में 79 जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सन मिसिंग है. उसके दूसरा 26 बैंक स्टाफ्स जो रसुआगढ़ी में थे, टिमुरे में थे, स्यापुरबेसी में और बेत्रावती बाजारों में, ये 3 मेजर सिटीज जो टोटली डेवास्ट हो गया है, पूरी तरह से मिट्टी में मिल गया है. वहां कार्यरत, वहां के बैंकों में कार्यरत 8 बैंक का 26 स्टाफ्स भी मिसिंग है. और नेपाल गवर्नमेंट अभी इसके लिए जो रेस्क्यू के लिए जो जितने भी सोर्सेस चाहिए। और अभी के अभी ताजा खबर क्या मिला है कि नेपाल गवर्नमेंट ने एनजीओ, जो नेपाल के एनजीओ है 36,000 से ज्यादा है, रेड क्रॉस सहित सारे एनजीओ को मोबिलाइज करने के लिए बताया और निर्देश दिया गया है। और जैसे आपने अभी कुछ देर पहले बताया था कि जो गंडक बैराज है उसमें नेपाल और इंडिया दोनों तरफ से पूरी सतर्कता है बरती गई।
Gajendra ji, I request you to just stay with us for a moment. I'm also going to go across to senior advocate from the Nepal Supreme Court, Mr. Dinesh Tripathi, who's joining us. But before that, viewers, I just want to play out this breaking news coming in. We've also been told that relief is being sent amid the major devastating floods in Nepal. India has sent relief to its neighboring country. It's a massive flood that's ravaging Nepal, and now India is sending relief to the country. This is the big news that we are breaking right now. As I'm getting guests here, remember, 8 already killed in the massive flash floods is what I'm told. I want to first come to get a sense also now from the senior advocate, Mr. Dinesh Tripathi, joining us from the Nepal Supreme Court. So these are the most devastating, deadly Nepal flash floods. What are you thinking now? Is the government coming out? What sort of relief and rehabilitation are they looking at?
So the government should need to work in a war footing, because it's an unprecedented crisis. It was never imagined that this level and crisis of this proportionate will happen in Nepal. So there is a serious environmental causes are there, but it took a large number of human lives and infrastructure, and there is a huge loss of property. So there are several human settlements has been just swept away. Even the district headquarters, they have been swept away. There is approximately 1 dozen hydropowers. It has been totally damaged, and there is a large number of workers are there, staffs are there. They are all missing.
This is the damage that we are looking at very closely. We're being told the latest numbers coming in. Mr. Gajendra is also with us here. Gajendra ji, I then want to ask you,
and how to conduct the rescue operation in effective manner is a really huge, it's a very challenging job. It's one of the most challenging tasks before the government, because there is a road linkage has been totally cut off. Bridges are swept away. There is no road linkages to those affected area. Even the helicopters is very difficult to fly, and there is no place to land. And Nepal has not a large number of even the army is in a difficult situation, because army camps have been also affected by this.
yes,
So it's really,
and Mr. Tripathi, I'm just interrupting you for a moment. I want you to be with us. Midbud Hat Hoki, also the Nepal journalist, I want you both to be with us. There is a breaking news coming in, and I'm coming back to both of you. Viewers, the breaking news coming in view of the flood threat in Bihar due to the heavy rainfall and floods that have been seen in Nepal. Union Home Minister Amit Shah spoke to the Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary over the phone. The Home Minister assured the state government of all possible assistance to deal with the potential crisis. NDRF is being mobilized to deal with the emergency situation. I want to go back to my guests on this. Mr. Gajendra, I am hearing, like you were telling us, many have been killed. There were 384 travelers also there. 291 people are missing. And like Mr. Tripathi is telling us, the government has swung into action, but this is a catastrophic flood. There have been power coms that have been swept away. There was no chance to escape for many. Villages have been swept away. बहुत ही गंभीर images आ रही हैं गजेंद्र जी नेपाल से.
आप लोगों का थोड़ा करेक्शन करा दूं. ये फ्लैश फ्लड नहीं है, ये मड फ्लड है, मड स्लाइड है. सारे के सारे मड स्लाइड के साथ में जो जितने भी डेब्रिज बह गया है भोटे कोसी से, जो आपने बताया था कि चाइना से उद्गम हुआ है. और आपको अभी आपने तो एक ब्रेकिंग बता दी, मैं भी दूसरा ब्रेकिंग बता दूं कि योगी आदित्यनाथ ने महाराजगंज और कुशीनगर के गंडक और नारायणी नदी जो इस फ्लड से ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट होंगे। उन्होंने क्या कहा कि ट्वीट करके कि दोनों नदियों में जलस्तर वृद्धि हो रहा है, इसमें बाढ़ की संभावना है और वहां के स्थानीय प्रशासन को पूर्ण सतर्कता और आवश्यक तैयारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए उन्होंने निर्देशन दिया है। ये आपने जितने भी बताया कि नेपाल में हर साल हर 2 वर्ष के बाद में फ्लड्स की और ये जो मडस्लाइड्स की संकट आती रहती है, पर इस वक्त जिस तरह का ये संकट आया है नेपाल में, ये तो सारे डिकेड से मैं तो कहता हूं पिछले 6-7 डिकेडों में सबसे बड़ी इससे हताहती हुई है, इससे ज्यादा क्षति हुई है। और इसका आकलन तो अभी हम कर ही नहीं सकते, कितने लोग इसमें मिसिंग है, कितने लोग मारे गए हैं, कितना आपने आपसे
गजेंद्र जी अभी पता होने की आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं। और जो आप कह रहे थे हमारे दर्शकों को एक बार मैं ये ब्रेकिंग न्यूज कर भी दूं जो मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले की थी। व्यूअर्स, एज आवर गेस्ट आर विद अस, लेट मी टेल यू, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh Yogi Adityanath has expressed concern over the flooding in Nepal's Bhotekoshi River, and he's also warned of possible rise in the Gandak, Narayani river levels in Maharajganj and Kushinagar. He's directed already the local administration to stay fully alert and make all necessary preparations. This is the news that's also coming in as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh expresses concerns over what's happening over the Nepal floods, but also says has already directions have been passed to the local administration because there are also possible rise in the Gandak Narayani river levels in Maharajganj and Kushinagar. I want to now, after this, go to Mr. Tripathi. Mr. Tripathi, what is the kind of assistance that is coming through now? In such situations, we always see relief and rehabilitation being done by the government and the army. So both have to work in tandem to ensure maximum people can be saved.
So first priority should be how to save the lives. That should be the first priority, because large number of people are looking for rescue. They are looking for help because they have been stranded in several places. So how to rescue them, that need to be the first priority, because at this point we cannot protect the properties. The first priorities need to be protect the human lives who are in a severe threat. So the large number of people who have been stranded, and it requires large number of helicopters, because it's not possible to because there is no road connection is there, and because the road is totally damaged and bridges are totally swept away, so you cannot reach through the roads, so there is no road leakages. So and it has to be a coordinated effort need to be there, and the capacity of the state is very limited to carry out this kind of operation, rescue operation. So the neighboring country, particularly India, the help is very important at this point, because India can help in this situation, because this is a time of crisis, and there has to be how it could be, in a best coordinated manner. How can the coordinated rescue operation can be done? So the first step need to be rescue operation. Rehabilitation and relief program shall be the next step, and the people who've been rescued, how to put them into the safe places, and how to provide them a medical assistance, how to provide them a shelter. That is also is critically important. So at this point, only the coordinated and effective rescue operation is the need of the hour, and state has to redouble its effort. Friend like India can also help in this regard, because in this unprecedented crisis is happening in Nepal, and even 3-4 districts are heavily, affected by this. Even district headquarters has been totally, submerged, totally swept away by this. State
And Mr.
government.
Tripathi, I'm just once again sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to go and get the latest news coming in. Viewers, the breaking news also coming in. Nepal Prime Minister Balendra Shah has also called a meeting of the National Council for Disaster Risk Reduction and Management regarding the flood that has occurred in Rasuwa this morning. In the meeting that we have pictures of, and I'm going to put them on our screen, meeting held recently at the office of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers in Singha Durbar, a briefing was given on the details of the damage caused by the flood, and the Prime Minister has also said all stakeholders should know the next steps, should be ready with the next steps. He's also requested everyone to work with rescue, search and relief of the affected citizens in the flood-affected areas from their places and the time of disaster. And I'm also getting you more breaking news coming in, because this is the question that we were looking at, viewers. The Nepal Army, we have visuals of that which we're going to put out. Nepal Army assist and rescue operations continue in the flood-affected area with the flood-affected people. These are the visuals that have come in of the Nepal Army that is working now round the clock to ensure that maximum people can be rescued from these flood-affected areas. I want to speak over these visuals, and I'd also like to keep those visuals on the screen and go back to Gajendra ji. Gajendra ji, थोड़ी देर पहले आप बता रहे थे कितना ये devastating attack है. India already has extended support. Massive floods ने ravage कर दिया है बहुत सारे हिस्सों को नेपाल में. अब कुछ मदद मिल रही है नेपाल आर्मी से. नेपाल के प्रधानमंत्री ने भी इसके बारे में बात की है.
ये अभी का मीटिंग नहीं है. कल सुबह ही जब ये डिवास्टेटिंग ये जो प्राकृतिक प्रकोप हुआ था, उसके बाद में ये NDRNA का मीटिंग हुआ था. आपको अभी एक अपडेट बता दूं. अभी एक अपडेट क्या है कि नेपाल का जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वेदर है, उसने अपनी चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट के साथ अभी लाइव मीटिंग किया है, जो मीटिंग किया है. ये भी लास्ट ईयर भी इसी तरह का फ्लैश फ्लड जो चाइना की जो तिब्बत से उद्गम होकर आई थी, उसमें से कुछ बड़ी क्षति हुई थी. और उसके बाद इस साल बहुत ही प्रधानमंत्री को मैं थैंक बोलना चाहूंगा कि उनका जो सक्रियता के बाद में नेपाल के डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वेदर ने चाइना के अपने काउंटर पार्ट से मीटिंग किया है. और चाइनीज काउंटर पार्ट ने क्या बोला है कि अब जितने भी इस तरह का जो हादसा है होता ही है, जो मौसम के कारण से उत्पन्न होता है, उनका सूचना ज्यादा से ज्यादा पहले ही क्विक रिस्पांस के तहत नेपाल को दे दिया जाएगा, उन्होंने बताया. और आपको दूसरी चिंता की बात बता दूं, नेपाल वेदर जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वेदर है, उन्होंने एक ट्वीट किया है कि जो नेपाल में अभी जो ये फ्लैश फ्लड है, उसके बाद में अभी ह्यूज ज्यादा बादल की गतिविधि देखने को मिला है ये उत्तर तिब्बत की ओर में से. और अगर वहां पे फिर से कोई बड़ी बरसात हो जाएगी तो एक अभी भी एक जो लेक है वहां ब्रस्ट होने के कागर पे है. अगर बड़ा वो बरसात हो गई तो फिर से दूसरा कोई हादसा हो सकने की जोखिम भी है. इसी तरह से डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ वेदर ने वार्निंग जारी किया है. ये आपको ये दो अपडेट बता दूं
जी. एंड आई वांट टू स्टे विद आवर गेस्ट मिस्टर Tripathi is also continuing to be with us. This is the top story, the Himalayan horror that we are seeing unfolding, and several people who tried to escape, Mr. Tripathi. The deadly Nepal flash floods, they could not. The images of the devastating impact are clear. The Nepal government has swung into action. The Indian government has already said they're sending assistance there. Extensive damage has been there. Several people are missing. What is the need of the hour right now?
So the need of the hour is we need coordinated and effective rescue operation. This is one of the unprecedented humanitarian crises. At this point of crisis, all the national and international, particularly from the neighboring country, we need a massive assistance at this point. Because without in order to in order to address this humanitarian crisis, coordinated effort concerted effort is the need of the hour. And Nepal is trying its best to address this situation, but the situation is out of hand because the level of crisis, the level of devastation is unprecedented. Even it's beyond the imagination. Nepal's security force it was not prepared this level of crisis. It was there is a lack of capacity as well. So, but at this point, the first priority is there are large number of people who are missing. There are large number of people who are waiting their rescue. So the first priority should be how to rescue the people who are stranded in several places and how to put them into the safe place. And there are so many pilgrimage. The buses, those are also missing. Even the police personnel, there are also large number of police personnel, government officials, they are also missing. So how you can carry out effective and coordinated rescue operation? So that has to be because in the humanitarian crisis, the first priority should be how to save the life. Every life count.
I completely agree with you, Mr. Tripathi and Gajendraji, for both of you joining us. India extends its support to our neighboring country. We're going to come back to this top focus story. And Gajendraji, I'll come back to you. We're back after a short break. Okay, sure, go ahead.
I will believe, but I will give you a breaking news for Indian viewers. The Embassy of India just issued two hotline numbers. Please note it down or scroll down 98513.
Yeah, it's already, sir, we already have the numbers on our screen. We were looking at them. We've already got them. Thank you for that. But my prayers and wishes for the people of Nepal. India is offering its assistance. This is the top focus story, which we are back with after a short break. Devastating floods in Nepal. Much more on that. Stay with us.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing grip. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ايش عملتي؟ ما عملتيش شيء يا حبيبتي.
ايوه برا هنا.
واحد يقول لك ثاني يا اولاد الشمس.
رموا 4 صواريخ، وهذا الدمار كله بسبب الصواريخ هذول.
ايش صار في النازحين والخيم؟
النازحين وممتلكات، هي ممتلكات وهانة ونازحين للأسف كلهم اتدمروا. للأسف العين هم بلا مأوى، هم هالوقت بلا مكان يروحوا يقعدوا له. هم الحين بفكروا كيف يستقروا، كيف يروحوا لمكان آمن ثاني، أو كيف يستقروا في هذا المكان. بدنا نعيش بأمان، بدنا نعيش بحياتنا، بدنا نحس هاي بيت هاي.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट।
अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Iran's economy is staring at a fresh shock. The Iranian rial has crashed to a new record low, hitting 2.02 million rial to $1 in market trading. And the timing is significant. Washington is preparing to unveil another round of sanctions, promising to tighten the economic screws on Tehran even further. Donald Trump has already declared on social media, Iran is completely collapsing. But here is the big question, is Iran really collapsing, or is Tehran using the Strait of Hormuz to run its economic weakness into global pressure point? For ordinary Iranians, the currency crash is not just number flashing on a trading screen. It is hitting the kitchen table, it is hitting savings, and it is hitting the cost of survival. Iran was already struggling with a double-digit inflation and negative economic growth before the latest phase of the conflict. But months of war, previous sanctions, and growing international isolation have pushed the pressure to another level. The numbers tell a brutal story. Since the war began, rice prices have reportedly risen by around 60%. Beef prices are more than 150% higher. And the International Monetary Fund is forecasting that Iran's economy could shrink.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Flash floods sweep through Nepal's Rasuva, damaging markets and hydropower projects and prompting authorities to warn communities downstream along the Trishuli River. 105 Indian tourists also missing. Home Minister Amit Shah speaks to Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary amid deadly Nepal floods, assured the state of all possible assistance.
We had sent in a lot of loitering munitions at Sargodha, and Kirana Hills is about 10 kilometers north of Sargodha. So the loitering ammunition is looking for radars which are in around Sargodha, and it's got a lifetime, means time. It will loiter for about 2 hours, and once it doesn't find a target, then it comes down and hits somewhere. It must have come and hit, one of those hills.
Revelation on Operation Sindoor. The Kirana Hills truth is out. Former Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan confirms Indian Air Force struck Kirana Hills, the prime nuclear hub of Pakistan. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani opposes the event at Madison Square Garden chaired by RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Targets Bhagwat.
Pakistan has always been seeking security in pacts and alliances, and attack on any one country would be considered as an attack on either of them. So I think that has got major security implications for India.
Former Chief of Defence Staff General Chauhan clarifies that unless Mecca Pact explicitly states that it is not against India, it must be assumed that it is against India. It's the biggest exclusive on Republic TV from inside Pakistan's Adiala jail. Imran Khan's closest aide speaks to Republic TV. A very warm welcome. We was watching Republic TV. I'm Rakta Mishra with you. And the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has spoken to Nepalese Prime Minister Balin Shah and conveyed his condolences on the loss of lives due to the floods, the severe flooding in Nepal that has claimed several lives, many others missing. In fact, 105 Indians are also missing. PM Modi also extended all possible humanitarian assistance and relief. Government of India sources tell us that India is sending aid to Nepal for the floods, for flood relief operations. You can see the severity of the flash floods and how the rescue operations are underway right now. And India will also be sending relief material to Nepal. And that is the breaking news we have right now. It's a horrible situation there, viewers, in Nepal. If you see the fury of the floods in Nepal, which has also affected the bordering state of India, Bihar. Bihar is on high alert, and flood is expected to hit, the flood water is expected to hit Bihar also this evening. So preparations are being made on that as well. And we have senior advocate, Supreme Court of Nepal, Mr. Retd Tripathi, joining us on the broadcast for more. Mr. Tripathi, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV at this hour. If you could just surprise us with the situation, sir, as you're live from Kathmandu.
Yes.
So if you could just tell us what is the situation like, how severe this flood is, and an update as to how many people have been trapped and affected.
This is an unprecedented humanitarian crisis which happened in Nepal. It took large number of precious lives and large number of and huge destruction of property, infrastructure, multiple human settlements has been totally devastated. A large number of hydropower projects have been totally destroyed, and roads and bridges are totally damaged and destroyed, and large number of people are waiting to be rescued. They are in a very desperate situation. There is a lack of effective response, humanitarian response. Government is there is a total chaotic situation, and government is also confused how to respond, how to carry out effective humanitarian operation at this point of humanitarian crisis. So situation is a very difficult, it's very problematic, and there is a crisis is there, and so it's really a heartbreaking situation. More than police personnel, they are also missing. Pilgrimages are also missing. The whole human settlement has been swept away, and even the district headquarters, there is a missing link between the police headquarters police, large number of military personnel and police personnel are also missing. This point, Indian tourist pilgrimages are also missing. Tourist buses are also missing. A lot of pedestrian, who are they are also missing. So it's really it's a devastating, heartbreaking situation here in Nepal. 3-4 districts have been severely affected, like Raswa, Dharing, in Nuwakot. These are heavily affected districts, and there is because the flood has come to the Bhote Kosi from the Tibet, and settlement like Bidur, settlement like Timure, Dhunche Besi, Sapru Besi, all it is swept away. So at this point, it's hard to imagine what is the exact number of human casualty. At this point, it is hard to calculate, but it's a huge. The number is huge. It is it is one of the most unprecedented crises in the contemporary Nepal, and how to deal with the situation is really problematic. We have a limited number of helicopters. Helipads are also swept away. So how to land helicopters? That's also problematic. Roads linkages are totally breakdown. Bridges are swept away. So it's hard to carry out the rescue operation. The first priority should be how to save the precious human life, and then how to carry out effective and coordinated rescue operation at this point of time. That has to be the number one priority. So India has also shown its willingness to help in this humanitarian crisis. That's a very positive gesture from Indian side, because at this point of crisis, humanitarian crisis, there has to be coordinated, concerted, and effective rescue operation is the need of the hour. So it's not happen automatically. It requires a lot of coordinated actions. So from the Nepal side also, Nepali military personnel, police personnel, and armed police force, they also in a concerted, coordinated manner, they need to carry out rescue operation. So first priority should be carry out the rescue operation, and how to put them into the safe places, how to provide them food, shelter, and medical assistance. So that's the immediate requirement at this point of time.
Devastating.
Yes.
Right. It's completely devastating, sir. Just stay with us. We're just showing those visuals out from different locations of Nepal, where we've seen the severity of the situation. You can see how this sudden surge actually sweeps away villages, it sweeps away houses. We've seen buildings collapsing like a pack of cards. And in the meantime, we're getting in breaking updates. The Prime Minister has spoken to Nepalese Prime Minister Vivekananda Shah, his Nepalese counterpart. And you see this fresh visual coming in. Tragically devastating visual. Tragically dramatic visual. The building just vanishes in this surge of water, surge of flow of water that is extremely furious, sweeps away everything. This is the situation, viewers. And as Mr. Pratyabharti was telling us, it is unprecedented. We've seen tragedy, the Nepal earthquake killed thousands. Now we see this flash flood where at least 105 Indians are missing is what we know so far. India extending all possible support to Nepal. And these are floods ravaging Nepal. 105 Indian tourists are missing.